Police say this attack was planned for months. All the way back in August, they say he was writing in a notebook all about how he was going to, quote, whack a healthcare CEO, saying the details are finally coming together, and it checks every box to go after insurance as the target.
Well, that's Fox's Alexis McAdams. The FAA has imposed drone flight restrictions over parts of New York the day after similar temporary bans in much of New Jersey. America's listening to Fox News.
33 degrees and snow showers. At 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The Chicago Board of Education is set to vote on the future of CPS CEO Pedro Martinez. The vote comes as a power struggle continues between the CPS CEO and weakened Mayor Brandon Johnson over finances and the district's ongoing contract negotiations with the Chicago Teachers Union. A man wanted in a triple homicide is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers followed John Lyons as he forced his way into a home on Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of rustling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
The suspect then shot and killed two dogs before fleeing on to Home Avenue, where he shots at police.
The dog is really emotional. How did I not get hit as he was shooting so many times at me is also in my mind. You know, how he got from south 2-hour-away drive to here.
One officer did return fire at that point, killing Lyons. Investigators determined Lyons shot 3 family members in a home in Mahomet earlier in the day.
So a lot of questions about why something like that would happen to someone that did not deserve it in any way.
Sarah Mason was pronounced dead at the scene in Mahomet, while Janice Mason and Caleb Mason died at a nearby hospital. That investigation is ongoing, being handled by Illinois State Police. Authorities in northwest Indiana are investigating a deadly shooting. 73-year-old Margaret Sangerman was found dead inside of a Gary home. A man was discovered in the front yard with a gunshot wound. Police say the couple owned the home and their vehicle was taken during the crime. Chicago Police Watchdog providing video of a shootout between officers and a suspect accused of shooting a Jewish man on his way to synagogue in Chicago in October. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability released body camera footage of the October 27th incident showing officers shooting Sadi Abdullahi, who authorities say shot the victim as he was walking to synagogue in West Rogers Park. Abdullahi later died from an apparent suicide in Cook County Jail. Michael Madigan's racketeering and corruption trial is on hold for the holidays. Here's AM 560's Jim Talamonte, who's covered the trial from opening statements.
Madigan and co-defendant Michael McLean are charged with 23 counts of bribery, racketeering, and official misconduct. Elmhurst University political science professor Connie Mixon said a lack of direct evidence makes it harder to prove there were bribes.
It's harder, to make the case that there was actually a racketeering enterprise.
Mixon cited more blatant examples in other political corruption cases.
It's not, as you said, the freezer full of cash or cash underneath a mattress that was handed specifically to Madigan or his associates.
The court is now in recess until December 30th, when the judge scheduled a charge conference with attorneys. The jury is off until January 2nd. I'm Jim Talamonte.
A Cook County judge is rejecting appointments made by Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Judge Thaddeus Wilson ruled that Henyard's lawyer decided not to file an answer to the trustee's complaint. The permanent injunction also says Ronnie Burge Sr. cannot operate as police chief. Authorities confirming that a burned body found in Wheaton belongs to a missing person. The discovery made yesterday by a person walking on the Lincoln Marsh Trail. On the same day, a family of a man reported him missing, adding they were worried about his mental health. A public policy think tank this week released a tool that provides debt and spending insights for state and local governments. and it doesn't paint a pretty picture in the state of Illinois. Research Director Jeffrey Lawrence says Illinois has more than 3 times as much debt as there are assets.
Only $76 billion at the end of 2022 versus nearly $250 billion in liabilities. That's a really bad ratio. And, if Illinois were anything other than a government that has taxing power, it would not have any creditworthiness in markets.
Lawrence says when looking at state public pension debt, Illinois has nearly double the pension liabilities of any other state. The Long Grove Covered Bridge, known for its long history and ability to withstand multiple strikes by oversized trucks, has once again fell victim to a careless driver. First constructed in 1906, the passageway has seen its fair share of crashes in recent years, and in this instant, it looks like the accident only caused a bit of minor damage. Well, do you believe in miracles? Or how about a little Christmas magic? Well, believe this. Ilya Mikheyev scored twice as the Blackhawks beat Seattle 3-1 at the United Center. Captain Nick Foligno on their first 3-game winning streak in almost a year.
Yeah, I just think it's what good teams do. They string games together because they understand the momentum and they understand how you're winning, and you get confidence from that, and then your game really comes to you. So I'm excited for our group.
Teuvo Teravainen chipped in 2 helpers. Netminder Arvid Soderblom stopped 27 of 28. And yes, the Blackhawks have won 3 straight. The Bulls opened their home and home against the Celtics with a 117-108 victory. Zach LaVine led all scorers with 36 for the Bulls. Nikola Vucevic recorded a double-double after scoring 16 and leading everyone with 14 rebounds. Bulls head coach Billy Donovan says it was LaVine that kept them in the game.
Zach kind of carried us in that first half because we were struggling offensively, and then I thought we got back to pace and tempo and speed, and we were able to get out and transition a little bit more in that second half.
Sorry, that's likely where the magic will end because the Bears will try to snap an 8-game losing streak when they host the Lions Sunday at Soldier Field. Number 7, Notre Dame Fighting Irish kick off the first 12-team college football playoff when they host number 10 Indiana at Notre Dame Stadium tonight. Also tonight, college hoops. UIC is at Seattle, and Valparaiso will visit the Broncos of Western Michigan. The news, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Monday, January 20th, Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. AM 560, The Answer, is throwing a party. Join us for our inauguration celebration on January 20th at Saddle Up Q in Aurora. Enjoy a brunch buffet with AM 560 listeners as we watch the inauguration of President Trump. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/Trump47. That's 560theanswer.com/Trump47.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
When you're looking to make your business bulletproof, what comes to mind? Trustworthiness? Accuracy? Truthiness? Well, that's not even a real word. In today's competitive business landscape, considerations like trust, attention to service, accuracy, and knowledge are critical. So is cost, and finding the right balance is important, especially where your business insurance, employee benefits, and executive compensation needs are concerned. For bulletproofing your business, remember DSP Insurance Services. DSP is family-owned and has provided comprehensive risk management solutions and strategic excellence across industries for over 40 years. Business owners continue to partner with DSP because they offer the robust services of a national broker, yet a personal touch that is harder than ever to find these days. Contact DSP Insurance Services for a business and risk audit today. Visit online at dspmybusiness.com. That's dspmybusiness.com. DSP Insurance, your outsourced risk management department since 1981.
It's 5:12. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of Macy's Backstage with amazing deals on the holidays' most fun gifts, all for under $15. Low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Off-price, on trend, and arriving daily. Let's run down these accident sites. Carroll Stream, Fullerton and Center, Zion with injuries with this accident. Lewis and 33rd, Wakanda, Rand Road, and Bonner on the expressways. Dan Ryan, you're jammed up southbound at Garfield with a car into the wall. The Ike on the outbound side jammed up 25th to right before Mannheim. We have an overturned vehicle. 2 right lanes are blocked. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Now the very latest from AccuWeather.
Clouds and breezy, some snow this morning. Could see an inch, followed by flurries in the afternoon. The high today 35. Partly to mostly cloudy, cold night tonight, low 14. Sun and cold tomorrow, the high 24. Partly sunny Sunday, the high 34. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Light snow and 33 at all reporting stations. 34 at Midway, 33 in Aurora, 32 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Spice up your Christmas with Balance of Nature's Fiber and Spice Supplement. Stir our Fiber and Spice Supplement into a glass of water with a splash of chilled apple juice to craft an amazing cider. Balance of Nature's Fiber and Spice Supplement is made with whole fiber and 12 aromatic spices like cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg. Whether you're gathered around the Christmas tree, toasting with friends, or enjoying a quiet moment by the fireplace, our Fiber and Spice Supplement welcomes every moment with its comforting embrace. As we approach this special time of year, spice up your Christmas and add the Fiber and Spice Supplement to your Christmas list. Cheers to a season filled with joy and flavorful celebrations. Merry Christmas! This season, be part of the cheer and save big with our exclusive Christmas deal. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set and get this exclusive Christmas offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and health care, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some great news. From now until January 15th, the health insurance exchanges are open again. And even if you've never qualified for a health insurance subsidy before, you most likely will now. The American Rescue Plan expanded subsidy eligibility to millions of Americans who have never qualified before, even to those with high income levels. And this year, you can purchase a PPO policy, which includes access to Northwestern Medical Group. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than 10 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. 630-674-1551.
On Christmas Day, let the Trump International Hotel and Towers Chicago host a truly memorable holiday for you. Celebrate Christmas Day brunch in the Grand Ballroom. This lavish event will be a delicious offering of your favorite foods, live entertainment, craft activities for the kids, and a special visit from Santa, making it a magical experience for the whole family. Enjoy a full dinner buffet from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. that includes fresh carved meats, a sumptuous raw bar, a cheese and charcuterie spread, interactive chef experience, and holiday-themed desserts, plus a full bar of wines, champagne, and beer. Guests will have the most iconic views of the city skyline from the Grand Ballroom while delighting in this one-of-a-kind extravaganza. Prices are $185 for adults and $55 per child. Book now via eventbrite.com. Search Trump Chicago Brunch with Santa or call 312-588-8000.
This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auctions. Here's a fact. Extra cash is a really good thing right now. Here's another fact. There has never been a better market for antique items than right now. Donley Auctions wants everything you have when it comes to antique collections. Their worldwide audience is waiting to give you top dollar for them. Call them at 815-923-7000. If you have a weapon of any kind, any military items, they are in desperate need of military items and guns, as they are a state and federal licensed arms dealer. So you don't have to worry about any of the nonsense they can go with other auction sites. Give them a call, 815-923-7000, or go to DonleyAuctions.com. If you have classic cars, old signs, coin-operated machines, the list is crazy long of the items they want to help you sell. If somebody has passed away and you have estate items, antiques, they are in desperate need. Just call 815-923-7000. They're waiting for your call now.
In today's business world, IT is everything. If your system's down, isn't safe or secure, well, the following may result.
I can't get on the network.
My computer's been hacked. I've lost all my computer data.
Hey, the entire assembly line is down. Shall I tell everyone they can go home for the day?
So, get the team at Turnkey managing your IT. Turnkey provides the most secure cyber protection to date, as much backup as your company needs, and amazing help desk support, including someone live answering calls 24/7. And right now, all new customers receive a free cybersecurity system, an advanced firewall router, and backup disaster recovery system, valued at $4,000. Yes, now's the time to contact Turnkey and get IT services from world-class technicians who care. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Quality IT is a call away. Turnkey.pro.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Wealth Health Radio with Joe Murphy, Sundays, noon to 1. Learn more online at mwmfinancial.tax.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, making some progress. The CR, the continuing resolution to keep spending at the current pace through March. The second try, 116 pages, down from 1,547 pages. So since everybody in D.C. measures the quality of legislation by weight, I guess we're making progress. Not enough progress that it passed. Speaker Johnson was sanguine prior to having 38 Republicans defect and vote with most of the Democrats against the second effort for a CR. But here's the case that he made for said second iteration.
Evening, everybody. This is Washington. This is how the lawmaking is done. It's a long process. Sometimes it takes a while to reach consensus, but we're going to do the right thing here tonight. The American Relief Act of 2024 will provide temporary funding to get us into the first part of next year. We're excited about that because Republicans will have control of the White House and the Senate and the House, and we'll be able to make the key decisions about funding for the 2025 fiscal year. So this will allow us the opportunity to do that. In addition, we're going to take care of Americans who have suffered true devastating emergencies and disasters. We had, of course, a record hurricane season with Helene and Milton that did real damage across as many as 6 states. There's $100 billion to provide much needed relief to those people, those Americans who have really been struggling and still are from those storms. And in addition to that, we have $10 billion of emergency aid to our farmers and ranchers. Many of the small farms in America are on the verge of collapse, primarily because of Bidenomics and inflation, the high cost of inputs and fertilizer and seed and everything that they need to keep those farms going. And they've had 3 lost years in a row, some of it because of drought, a lot of it because of the economics of it, and it doesn't make sense for lenders to provide them funding anymore. And so this is a stopgap measure to save those farms, to save food production in America, to ensure that we have that diversity in the marketplace and our food supply is directly related to national security. So it's a very, very important thing for both parties to do to provide that aid. We also have a clean extension of the Farm Bill, a clean extension of health extenders that are necessary, and a couple of other details. Everything that I just told you was negotiated in a bipartisan fashion. Both parties agreed to these terms, and that's what's on the floor right now. The only change in this legislation is that we are going to push the debt limit to January 30th of 2027. We will push it beyond that or to that time point, and that will allow us to do the important work of governing in the new Congress. Why does that matter? Because we are committed to cutting hundreds of billions of dollars of wasteful spending out of the federal budget. That's what we're going to do. The DOGE effort with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, the commitments that President Trump made on the campaign trail will come to fruition when we get about that very important work for the American people.
Count me as a skeptic of that statement, that last statement about what they're doing and what they're going to deliver. Also out of the second CR was that congressional pay increase, so that's good. But PAYGO is out of it, too, which implicates automatic spending cuts, so that's not so good. Basically, it wasn't bad enough for Democrats, and it wasn't good enough for some fiscal hawks in the Republican caucus, and thus it failed. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Is it time for Speaker Musk in lieu of Speaker Johnson's inability to move this continuing resolution? Just before we get to Speaker Musk, because this is what Democrats are complaining about, and this is what some Republicans are proposing. Stephen Miller was on with our friend Sean Hannity last night. Stephen Miller, of course, domestic policy advisor to Trump, past and future. One of the points on immigration. But basically, that debt limit piece, essentially, the real point is not because we're going to deliver these spending cuts. Mike Johnson may believe that. He may hope for that. But the current imperative is to not saddle Trump with this same contretemps when he takes office in a month. That's
furthermore, as you've mentioned, there are provisions that are in this year-end government funding bill that are on their face unacceptable. How are we even having a conversation about a provision that would shield members of the January 6th Unselect Committee from basic oversight, accountability, and investigation? How are we talking about funding global censorship at the State Department? And again, how are we talking about sticking President Trump with a debt ceiling expiration at the very beginning of his administration? Set President Trump up for success. Set him up to put the agenda he campaigned on into action. Sean?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us, Dan, at that same line.
And if Mike Johnson can't get that done, then Mike Lee, among others, says it's time for one of the Bobs to step into the speaker's chair.
This whole debacle was avoidable, it was preventable, foreseeable. In fact, it was foreseen and warned of. But these guys are falling into the same rut that they've been in for a long time, which is the firm, as I call it, negotiates a spending bill in secret, releases it just hours or days before we're supposed to leave for the Christmas holidays, and inevitably it's full of garbage. And that's what happened. It has failed. It's failed miserably because the American people are awake. They have access to X, they have access to Waters World, they have access to information and to apps that will help them quickly digest this information. This does not work. It's an historic moment. It's fallen apart. And as a result, somebody's going to have to lose their job over this. I don't think the Speaker is going to remain in power. That's my prediction. I'm not in the House. If I'm correct in that, and I think I am, we need bold new leadership, outside leadership, and I think it needs to be a Doge Speaker. It needs to be either Vivek Ramaswamy or it needs to be Elon Musk.
That was, of course, Senator Mike Lee on Jesse Waters' program. An unusually strong statement, bold prediction from Mike Lee that Mike Johnson may need to go. But he wasn't the only one saying that. Rand Paul said the same thing on Twitter, saying after tweeting negatively about Mike Johnson after the first failure, Speaker of the House need not be a member of Congress. Nothing would disrupt the swamp more than electing Elon Musk. Think about it. Nothing's impossible, not to mention the joy at seeing the collective establishment, a.k.a. Uniparty, lose their ever-loving minds. Speaker Musk or Speaker Vivek? What do you think? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
I would love to know what you think about that. I mean, is that a good idea? Or do we want them where they are right now in charge of Doge? Or is it too much too soon for Elon Musk? I mean, some people, he reminds me of a little bit Oprah Winfrey. When Obama was elected, Oprah...
That's a very flattering comparison. I'm sure
wait,
Elon would
let me
be
finish.
appreciative of that.
I'm just saying because they're both well known a little bit. And she was calling Obama every day and talking policy. Valerie Jarrett shut that down. She's like, you're done talking to her. She's not a politician. This friendship, you can still be friends, but this is over. So she took charge and made sure that didn't go on for endless days. Elon Musk is different. He's smarter. He has created something, and he's smart. But I mean, is it too much too soon? Could you see him in that role?
Not really.
House Speaker?
No, not really. I mean, it's an interesting threat, as it were, but no, not really. I mean, first of all, he's got a lot of spinning plates.
Right.
Speakership is a full-time gig. Number two, he's better as an outside enforcer. I mean, what the DC inside always needs is an outside enforcer, and that's the role that he and the Doge boys are playing, along with their ability to make the case around the legacy media and directly to people through the X platform, and the thing spread like wildfire, which is why all the members of the Uniparty, as Rand Paul described it, are bitching about Musk on both sides. And that's a good thing. So I like him much more in the role of outside enforcer. You can put, I'm a fan of Mike Johnson. I've said that from the outset when he was installed as Speaker, actually before that he was Speaker. He's a very bright guy. He's a shrewd constitutional attorney. He's a principled guy. He's proving not to be, he's in a difficult spot because the majorities have been so small, and you've got a lot of big spending Republicans in that caucus, as we've talked about before. And that was the case for Kevin McCarthy, too. It was sort of underappreciated. Now you're seeing it because Johnson is a real conservative, and Johnson is not Paul Ryan. I mean, he's on board with the Trump policy agenda, but there are congressional Republicans who are not, and it only takes a couple to hold up the whole show, as you're seeing.
We have a lot of text messages. Dan and Amy, I think Vivek would be a much better speaker. Elon is busy, as you said, and Doge should be authorizing every spending bill from now on.
Yeah, I mean, Vivek is much less diplomatic than Mike Johnson. I mean, remember Vivek on a debate stage calling out Ronna McDaniel. I mean, he's sort of, I mean, there's a little bit of a huckster quality that concerns me about Vivek, but by the same token, there's a healthy helping of fearlessness that I like. So hopefully the latter outweighs the former. I don't know, do something completely different in an administration that wants to shift the paradigm. Maybe you do need to do something like that for the speakership. Maybe you do need to put additional pressure on the Senate to send the message of just how out of the box the thinking is going to be in this administration. So be careful, because you never know when you're going to get blindsided if you're not on board. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me to tackle some of these entrenched interests asymmetrically. Jim in Lake County, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, Dan. Morning, Amy. Let's see. I have a prediction. This is a little bit off balance here. Arlington Heights, the Bear Stadium proposal. This is I see in 2025 that I think they should turn that into a retirement village and call it the Sad Fans Retirement Village.
Mm-hmm.
And Dalton,
did we start open mic Friday early?
I think we might have.
Is it 8:30?
Call back in 3 hours.
Dalton, Illinois. Fannie Willis is on her way.
All right, thanks for the call, Jim. Okay, George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, I guess it's going to be a sad Christmas for Dick Durbin and his family. He didn't get his raise.
Yes, right. They're going to have to eke by on Loretta Durbin's millions made as a lobbyist. But don't worry, there's a wall of separation between the two, so don't think there's any conflict of interest or anything in untoward happening. Please, 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 no, do not. I just want to say something else, too, about this, what Mike Johnson laid out substantively. We've sort of, I've seen everybody sort of concede the point. Most everybody sort of concede the point. Well, this scaled down CR, and I know Trump supported it, but there's reason not to support it. Now, Chip Roy, the Republican from Texas, is doing a little grandstanding on the topic, and it annoyed Trump, and I understand why, because it's grandstanding. I mean, where was Chip Roy making this case over the last several months, too? I get it. There's a bit of an opportunism going on here. But when we come back at 5:38, I do want to get to the substance of this, because the disaster relief and the quote-unquote aid to farmers is just being presented in an unqualified way, and it's being advanced like there's unanimity. Well, there isn't. At least not with this guy. 5:38.
But now let's stop by the newsroom, say good morning to Mike Scott. That was a fun commute into work today, huh?
It's pretty easy.
Oh.
Yeah.
For you?
Yeah, well.
You probably have your streets plowed.
Not enough snow to plow. A little salt down this morning at 5:34 on AM 560. The Answer. One person is dead after a Russian missile attack on Ukraine's capital. Ukrainian military officials say the morning attack damaged buildings across Kyiv. Republicans trying to come up with a new plan to avoid a government shutdown at the midnight deadline. You're talking about it with Dan and Amy this morning.
We are going to continue to fight for everyday Americans. That is why we are voting no on this bill.
Hakeem Jeffries. Dozens of Republicans joined some Democrats last night in voting down the revised government funding bill that included a 2-year suspension of the debt limit. That was demanded by President-elect Donald Trump. GOP Congressman Mark Alford of Missouri said before the vote, Democrats are to blame if the government eventually shuts down.
If a shutdown occurs because we do not pass this continuing resolution today, it will not be a Republican shutdown. It will be a Democrat shutdown. And when it goes over to the Senate, it will be the Schumer shutdown.
After the vote failed, House Speaker Mike Johnson told reporters the GOP is regrouping this morning. A 20-year-old man from Carlsbad, California, has been detained by authorities on suspicion of plotting a mass shooting there in conjunction with the Wisconsin school shooter. Madison, Wisconsin Police Chief Sean Barnes.
We found 2 weapons. Both were handguns. We believe one handgun was used to commit this horrific act. The other handgun was not used.
Also this morning, a U.S. delegation has arrived in Syria to meet with rebels who toppled the Assad regime in Damascus. They're also asking about information related to U.S. missing journalist Austin Tice. 2 senators from both sides of the aisle are asking President Biden to delay a January 19 deadline for China-based ByteDance to sell TikTok or get the video app banned. The Supreme Court has fast-tracked arguments over the law for January 10. Ed Markey and Rand Paul are urging the president to extend the deadline. Chicago Board of Education is set to vote on the future of Chicago Public Schools. CEO Pedro Martinez. The vote comes as the power struggle continues between the CPS CEO and weakened Mayor Brandon Johnson over finances and a district contract with the CTU. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers then followed John Lyons as he later forced his way into a home along Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of rustling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
Investigators determined Lyons shot 3 family members earlier in the day at a home in Mahomet.
So a lot of questions about why something like that would happen to someone that did not deserve it in any way.
Sarah Mason in Mahomet was pronounced dead at the scene. Janice Mason and Caleb Mason died at a nearby hospital. That investigation is ongoing. The Illinois Commerce Commission has signed off on ComEd's refiled multi-year grid plan with modifications. The commission approving a $3.3 billion investment and system improvement plan. The decision cuts the utility's proposed $4.5 billion in spending. Amid the best football season in Indiana University history, there is a movement growing this morning to bring back the bison as the school's official mascot. The bison was the official mascot for the Indiana Hoosiers through the 1960s. A recent poll on IU student government social media showed 72% of those polled were in favor of bringing back the bison. In fact, student government on campus actually has legislation called Bring Back the Bison Act of 2024. Greg Rago, owner of a longtime Bloomington bar, Nick's English Hut, says the bison really never left. He has pictures of the mascot in his bar, and the mascot has long been the mascot of his joint. Bison in an IU sweater, holding a mug of beer. Well, do you believe in miracles? How about a little holiday magic? Well, believe this. The Blackhawks have won 3 in a row. They beat Seattle 3-1 at the United Center. And how about them Bulls? Winners over the Celtics in the beginning of a home-and-home, 117-108. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. For less than the price of a monthly car payment, Turnkey will fully protect your network with up-to-date cyber protection, unlimited 24/7 help desk support. Protect your small business today. Visit Turnkey.pro today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Trump's victory doesn't mean our financial worries are over. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. Washington's spending addiction still threatens your savings. That's why I recommend gold IRAs from my friends at Birch Gold Group. These accounts protect your retirement from government mismanagement. For a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word SHELTER to 989898. Don't wait. Text SHELTER to the number 989898 now for your free kit from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply. Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
When the stock market struggles, when inflation is high, you need to start looking through the inventory of all your accounts and say, is every one of these investments working as hard as it could be? Because every month during high inflation that you waste, you're losing 8 or 9% a year.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
A lot of times people don't understand what a supplement is. A supplement is in addition to your regular foods. It's really just an incredible formula, and I've been doing nutrients for 43 years. It has a tremendous effect on how I feel, my well-being. I love the way it gives me all my supplements for fruits and vegetables, which I take a lot of anyway. But I find that this gives me that supplement that I was missing before.
Merry Christmas! This season, be part of the cheer and save big with our exclusive Christmas deal. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Christmas offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
This holiday season, give a gift twice. That's right. With That's Caring as your gift-giving assistant, you'll give someone special a grand holiday gift box, and funds will be given to partnered food banks throughout the country for children who participate in a weekend bag program. Go to that'scaring.com. Choose from delicious gifts like cranberry raisin delight, holly doodle cookie, cinnamon spiced pecans, chocolate mint cookies, and much more. There's a festive gift box to delight anyone on your list. And by ordering a festive gift box, you'll be spreading holiday cheer to those who need it most. For over 10 years, That's Caring has provided over 260,000 meals. Now that's caring. Won't you join them in giving back this holiday season? Go to that'scaring.com, give tremendous happiness, and fight tremendous hunger. Visit that'scaring.com today. That'scaring.com.
Struggling with high cloud hosting costs and endless management headaches with your Microsoft Azure or AWS environment? Contact AmericanEagle.com for an assessment and see how they can save you time and money.
5:43, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Valdecast Windows. Looking for high-quality, professional-level window replacement service? Contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor. Visit Valdecast.com. On the Ike outbound, you're jammed up, 2 right lanes blocked, overturned vehicle. Near Mannheim, you're backed up to 5th Avenue. Vehicles spinning out on the Stevenson inbound at Pulaski. You have light delays on the inbound side. An accident, right lane blocked, car into the wall outbound at Garfield. The Bishop Ford outbound shut down due to cleanup of an accident between 394 and 8094. And 394 has an accident site as well north of Sauk Trail. That's on the southbound side. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Occasional snow this morning. Snowfall totals at 1 to 3 inches, high 35. Partly to mostly cloudy and colder, a low 14 overnight. Light snow, 33. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy talking about the second effort at a continuing resolution failing last night. 38 Republicans defecting on the issue. Didn't go far enough in terms of restraining spending, in terms of not adding to budget deficits and our overall debt. But we were talking about whether or not it's time for Mike Johnson to be switched out and somebody from the outside to be switched in, like one of the two Bobs, Elon or Vivek, because this has been raised now by Senators Mike Lee and Rand Paul. And you know you're doing something right when the big spenders of both parties are bitching about you, as they are, Republicans and Democrats, the big spenders in both parties bitching about Elon Musk. You've gotten a sense of some of the Republicans. He's not being helpful when he tweeted that out. The Democrats are, of course, in full performative hysteria mode. Some 75-year-old fossil, Congressman Richard Neal from Massachusetts, for example.
And a tweet changed all of it? Can you imagine what the next 2 years are going to be like if every time the Congress works its will and then there's a tweet? Or from an individual who has no official portfolio, who threatens members on the Republican side with a primary, and they succumb? This institution has a separate responsibility based upon the separation of powers. Members of Congress don't serve under presidents of the United States.
Yeah, okay, Congressman Neal. So Elon Musk is not allowed to comment on legislation? He's not allowed to say, I don't like that member of Congress, I'm going to support a primary challenge? That's a threat? No, that's participating in the representative republic. I love to say, you cannot disagree with a congressman unless you're, what, an elected official? What? This is the logic of the left when they get into full lather. He should be censored? What's the problem? Elon Musk is an influential guy, and he's decided to engage in policymaking to the extent that he is able. And that is un-American or it's American?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us.
They're
afraid of them. You know?
No, they're not. Well, they are and they aren't. There may be a little bit of fear. There is much more performative outrage for the purpose of doing what they do, boogeyman politics. It's the shadowy billionaire behind Donald Trump who's actually pulling the strings and turning the dials. Who's the real president as they're going through this thing? Representative Greg Kasar, you're going to be hearing more from this punk from Austin, Texas, because he just replaced Pramil Jayapal as the band manager for the Socialist Spice Girls. He's the incoming chairwoman of the Progressive Caucus within the House Democrat Caucus. I mean, the Venn diagram of those two caucuses is a perfect circle as far as I know, but this was Greg Kasar on the CR Matter and Musk.
I think we're beginning to see the chaos and billionaire corruption of the Trump era. I mean, Trump tried to campaign talking about how he was going to help working people and deal with corruption, and I knew that pretty immediately he was going to betray his own message and his own voters. So essentially, for folks who haven't heard, Republicans and Democrats were negotiating to come together to keep essential government services open here at the end of the year, and then suddenly Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, full of many of the worst ideas in the world, basically ordered House Republicans to shut it down. And he said he wanted to shut it down over quote-unquote Democrat priorities, but those priorities are disaster funding to rebuild places like North Carolina that got hit by these awful storms, and funding to make sure that small farmers don't go out of business because of things like droughts and tornadoes and other disasters. And these are things that aren't just being asked for by Democratic members. In fact, a lot of these things really impact a lot of Republican areas and Republican constituents. So Democrats said, let's keep the government open. Let's make sure people can access services like their veteran services and Social Security over the holiday. And Donald Trump is basically ordering for all of it to get shut down at the behest of his billionaire friend Elon Musk, who's kind of cosplaying co-president right now.
Co-president.
Mm-hmm. Barbara Lee, socialist from California, the same things you've heard every single time when Congress, as the Wall Street Journal opined, give Mike Johnson credit for ending these omnibus spending bills. This is not one. You know, the cramnibus kind of moniker that has been used before, because that would be in the trillions. So there's progress, but it still speaks, the CR speaks to Congress not doing the budgetary work on an annualized basis that it should do. You know, everything is an 11th hour fire drill, and that's purposeful because it ensures a perpetuation of the status quo. Barbara Lee, though, and again, the status quo is these histrionics like you'll hear from a socialist from California.
For me personally, it appears that Elon Musk is trying to take the role as an unelected president. And in fact, that Donald Trump, it appears, is following his orders. And of course, the consequences are grave. When you look at what could take place, and I've been through government shutdowns before, we have services that will be halted. We have people who would be furloughed. This is the holiday season. We'll have TSA agents who won't be paid. We'll have total chaos again. The economic impacts of a shutdown are devastating, and it hurts people, everyday people. And so to be able to blow up a bipartisan deal that would keep the government open, that would allow the negotiations to move toward another deadline in March, to me is just irresponsible. But it says a lot about Donald Trump, and it says a lot about allowing a non-elected billionaire to run our government.
Yeah, scary times. You remember the great government shutdown of, I don't know. Remember how?
Which one? Well.
Yeah. Well, anyway, then Lee, Neal, and Kassar all got together and really, pressed the issue.
Fire and brimstone coming down from the skies. Rivers and seas boiling.
40 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes.
The dead rising from the grave. Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
I mean, is that really what you want? 312-642-5600, turnkey.point. That's what an unelected
hyperbole.
billionaire and Donald Trump are poised to give you. Oh, gosh.
Lots of phone calls.
Roger DeKalb.
Hey, good morning. So 2 days ago, before the vote was called off on that first monstrosity, I saw Claudia Tenney, rep from New York, making the rounds, and I believe it was on Dagan McDowell, Charlie Hurt interview, and she was insisting that this was the way government was done. You had to do this because they didn't have control, and they kept pushing her and saying, "Oh, this is crazy. Why not?" And she kept insisting, "Oh, we had to do it." And then it came down to, after several pushbacks, she admitted it's because the media and the Democrats will portray us as shutting down the government. It's like, oh my God, these people haven't learned one thing yet. One thing. It's time for strong leadership. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Roger. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. These Democrats keep whining and complaining about all this stuff, and they're just worried that they're going to have to actually do something. Here in Chicago, they're going to kick, put somebody up against these Republicans. You know what? In Chicago, they try kicking 200 people off the ballot every time there's an election for, things like not having a comma in the right place or misspelling something or missing your middle initial. I find it amazing that these people just whine, complain, and talk about all the things that you're not going to get or whatever, yet they don't do that for farmers or anybody else when they're in office except take everybody's money. The more they whine, the more I know they're doing the right thing. You guys have a great week.
Thanks, Greg. Just on the couple of the substantive provisions here that I mentioned, that are being portrayed as supported unanimously. The $100 billion in disaster relief for North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina. Ron DeSantis tweeted, Congress is attempting to deflect criticism of the grotesque CR, this was the first one, by hiding behind disaster relief funding, a small fraction of the massive spending bill. It's an insult to the Americans' intelligence. Since 22, Florida has invested more than $3.4 billion in Florida's Emergency Preparedness and Response Fund and raised nearly $100 million into the Florida Disaster Fund, which is used for disasters that affect our state. Over the same time, while Florida has weathered several catastrophic hurricanes, we've still paid down $3.6 billion in tax-supported debt. Florida proves that fiscal sanity is a choice. With this CR, Congress has chosen the opposite path, to continue wasting your tax dollars, exacerbating inflation, and driving our nation deeper into debt. They shouldn't hide behind disaster relief. They're willingly making these poor choices. And, with all due respect to Mike Johnson's argument about aid to farmers who are beset by inflation and suffered through some droughts. Well, that's the cost of doing business.
Right. You have good years and bad years, and you have to save up for those bad years.
I mean, this is
farmers
just
know that.
and this is both parties, especially both parties as represented in big agribusiness states like Illinois, Iowa, etc., Nebraska. I mean, this is just the corn lobby and other big ag interests rent seeking. I'm sorry, I know it's these are supposed to be third rail issues, but I mean let's call things what they are. I thought we were supposed to be the reality party. I thought MAGA was the reality movement. Well, the whole they got hit by inflation. Farmers, yes, I know everybody did. It's unfortunate. And they suffered some adverse impacts on their business that are somewhat unique, although there are other businesses that are impacted by weather. Somewhat unique to farming, though. Well, I mean, that's the dynamic of your industry. So I'm sorry, why are you entitled to $10 billion? Because it's a national security issue with respect to our food supply? No, it's not. That's the kind of stuff that just goes unchallenged because people don't want to have the discussions. These discussions are long overdue, up and down. And maybe this is something that Doge can drive because it certainly doesn't seem like congressional Republicans will. Greg and Schaumburg.
And to pick up on that, Dan and Amy, first of all, best of holidays for both of you. And Dan, when you go shopping for Amy's gift, make it good this year, okay?
Alcohol. Like Jim Gaffigan recommends.
Okay. Now, you have to look at what is coming in first quarter once all the Democratic props are gone in the context of the world. First of all, China this week dumped a bunch of dollars. They dumped a bunch of treasury. And they're the people who have been financing a lot of our things. Their economy is really in bad shape. Add to that Germany, add to that France, add to that Canada, and some other countries across the world that are in not very good shape either. Look at the employment numbers in this country, especially the numbers that are starting to fall apart that we've been told by the Biden administration. As recently as yesterday, where they're revising numbers. We're going to be in a mess in the first quarter, and where the Republicans want to be sitting on this particular issue as having made a stance where our dollar is not being further devalued. And lastly, and Dan, I know we kind of disagree on this, the issue of the BRICS countries as they're expanding and the way in which they've got that whole process funded on an electronic platform that is very easy to access. It is not just the power of it's a commodity-based and a currency-based situation, and it's got big players involved in it with Saudi Arabia, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that you... There's a lot of... Well, okay, now wait a minute. Don't pick on one thing.
Well, hurry up. We're up against the clock.
Okay, well, that's my thing. That you have to look at where we're going to be, and you got to make a stance on this right now, but I don't hear anybody in the Republican Party saying this.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're sort of saying it by implication, but that's fair. The only thing I say, I mean, this BRICS, we're at the same time people say we're the tallest skyscraper in Wichita, and then they say, well, but these other lessers are going to come and displace us as the world's reserve currency. It's not going to happen, not in anywhere near the near term.
It's 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Republicans have to play as a team. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Congressman John James just told Fox as a potential government shutdown looms if no funding is approved by midnight.
People don't know how they're voting when they actually get to the floor. There are some people, and if you notice, they'll get to the floor, they'll wait to the last minute, and then cast their vote. Right. These are tough issues.
A bipartisan plan was scrapped when President-elect Trump opposed it. And then yesterday, the House rejected the Trump-backed new spending plan, with 38 Republicans joining Democrats voting no.
And that demonstrates just how tenuous the majority priority is going to be in the new year. When you have the president-elect, along with Elon Musk and others who blew up the bigger spending bill, they come back with a more svelte bill, and they blow up on the floor. They couldn't even get it across the table when President-elect Trump pushed for that.
That's Fox's Chad Pergram at the Capitol. Some U.S. diplomats are in Syria today for the first time in more than a decade, meeting with opposition leaders who overthrew Syria's Assad regime. They'll also try to get more information on a missing American journalist.
The family of this American journalist, they made a desperate plea to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Austin Tice, he went missing 12 years ago when he was covering the war in Syria. His family, in this letter, writing in part saying, "You have a profound connection with the Syrian government, which can be a great benefit to our unrelenting efforts to find Austin."
Fox's Alex Hogan. Luigi Mangione, now detained in New York City, and he faces 2 trials in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. He's charged with murder in state and federal court.
The new criminal complaint alleges 2 counts of stalking, murder through use of a firearm, and federal firearms offenses. The federal complaint alleges Mangione methodically planned out his attack for months, keeping a notebook outlining details for wanting to, quote, whack an insurance CEO.
Fox's Chanley Painter. President Biden canceling student loan debt in a new order this morning for another 55,000 Americans in total. He's wiped out debt for about $5 million almost. America's listening to Fox News.
32 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The Chicago Board of Education set to vote on the future of Chicago Public Schools CEO Pedro Martinez. The vote comes as a power struggle continues between weakened Mayor Brandon Johnson and the CPS CEO. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers followed John Lyons as he tried to force his way into a home on Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of rustling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
One officer later returned fire, killing Lyons. Investigators determined Lyons shot 3 family members inside of a home in Mahomet earlier in the day.
So a lot of questions about why something like that would happen to someone that did not deserve it in any way.
Sarah Mason was pronounced dead there at the scene, while Janice Mason and Caleb Mason died at a nearby hospital. That investigation by the Illinois State Police is ongoing. Michael Madigan's racketeering trial is on hold for the holidays. Before going to the break, the jurors heard from a longtime assistant to the former Democrat Illinois House Speaker. Authorities have confirmed a burned body found in Wheaton belongs to a missing person. The discovery was made yesterday by a person walking on the Lincoln Marsh Trail. A public policy think tank this week released a tool that provides debt and spending insight for state and local governments, and it does not paint a pretty picture of the state of Illinois. Research Director Jeffrey Lawrence says Illinois has more than 3 times as much debt as there is assets.
Only $76 billion at the end of 2022 versus nearly $250 billion in liabilities. That's a really bad ratio. And, if Illinois were anything other than a government that has taxing power, it would not have any creditworthiness in markets.
Lawrence saying when looking at state public pension debt, Illinois has nearly double the pension liabilities of any other state. Officials in McHenry County reporting its first pediatric death attributed to RSV of the 2024 surveillance season. Announced Thursday by the Health Department, McHenry County says the highly contagious virus has seen increased activity in children through the age of 4. Well, do you believe in miracles? How about a little Christmas magic? The Blackhawks have won their 3rd straight. They beat Seattle last night 3-1. And a Bulls win, 117-108 over the Celtics. The news is a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, hot air roasted locally and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Online at papanicholas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
Quiet down, here she comes.
Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. They're a bank with roots right here in Chicago, and their decisions are made locally too. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Mick O'Rourke, President and CEO of Signature Bank. We'd like to wish you happy holidays from our Signature Bank family to your family.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. You have a true partnership with a team that is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. There's no better place to be for the holidays than Chicago. Signature Bank is wishing you a safe, healthy, and happy holiday season.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
6:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee. Online at papanicholas.com. Kennedy right now at about 30 minutes, O'Hare into the Burn Circle interchange. Outbound Ike, an accident reported at Mannheim. Also delays on the Stevenson inbound. You'll hit the brakes at Harlem Avenue. Stevenson outbound, you've got an entrance ramp shut down due to an overturned semi. It's not just any semi, it's carrying 80,000 pounds of concrete. And it's the on-ramp from northbound Route 83, so super busy this morning. 394, an accident, and it is shutting down southbound 394 between the Bishop Ford and the Tri-State, and multiple vehicles there have spun out into the ditch. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Breezy, cloudy day. Periods of snow this morning could pick up about an inch, then flurries this afternoon, high 35. Partly to mostly cloudy, cold night tonight, though 14. Sunny, cold day tomorrow, the high 24, and then partly sunny Sunday, the high 34. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
By the way, Illinois State Police have just told us that 394 accident southbound right near the Bishop Ford has been reopened. So good news there. 32 and light snow at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Very interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal about the big guy. It turns out, as I'm sure many listening suspected, remembering his campaign from the basement in 2020, that Biden was never out of it because he was never really in it. The Wall Street Journal talked to more than 50 top aides, senior people in and around the administration, they say, including some members of Congress that actually do go on the record with some interesting comments. To adapt the White House around the needs of a diminished leader, they, his aides, the big guys, Biden's, told visitors to keep meetings focused. Interactions with senior Democratic lawmakers and some cabinet members, including powerful secretaries such as Defense's Lloyd Austin and Treasury's Janet Yellen, were infrequent or grew less frequent. Some legislative leaders had a hard time getting the president's ear at key moments, including ahead of the U.S.'s disastrous pullout from Afghanistan. There were go-betweens and unusually tight body management of POTUS from the beginning. In fact, in 2021, the year he actually took office, there was a comment made by somebody in the State Department that what was some issue that was going to be discussed today has to be put off till tomorrow. In the spring of 2021, a national security official explained to another aide why a meeting needed to be rescheduled. Quote, he has good days and bad days, and today was a bad day, so we're going to address this tomorrow. Unquote. That's 21. Why is this important? Knowing what we all know and suspected for so long, all of it confirmed in that June debate. Because we should get the receipts on this fraud that was perpetrated on the American people by Team Biden for not just the last year going into the re-election campaign, but for his entire term. This needs to be memorialized in history. And those people who ran interference, knowingly lying every step of the way, they need to be recorded for their conduct, don't they?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us.
2021. Adam Smith, who was of Washington State, who was the head of the House Armed Services Committee, wanted to talk to Biden ahead of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. 2021. He was alarmed by what he viewed as overly optimistic comments from Biden as the administration assembled plans. Adam Smith, Democrat congressman, chairman of House Armed Services. I was begging them to set expectations low. He tried to get Biden on the phone to share his insights about the region because he'd been studying it and getting briefings on it as chairman of that committee. Couldn't get him on the phone. After the disastrous withdrawal, of course, 13 dead U.S. service members, 170 Afghans dead, Smith made a critical comment to the Washington Post about the administration lacking a clear-eyed view of the U.S.-backed Ashraf Ghani government and its durability. Remember that assessment? It should be able to sustain itself for some time. And it was, done in a matter of hours. It was among comments that triggered an angry phone call from Secretary of State Blinken, who ended up getting an earful from the frustrated chairman, that would be Smith. Shortly after, Smith got an apologetic call from Biden. It was the only phone call Biden made to Smith in 4 years in office, Smith said. The Biden White House was more insulated than most, according to Adam Smith. I spoke with Barack Obama on a number of occasions when he was president, and I wasn't even chairman of the committee. Jim Himes of Connecticut, top Democrat on House Intel, basically said the same thing. Had interactions with the White House that were focused on reauthorizing FISA and that surveillance portion of that law. Biden's senior advisors, other top administration, worked with Himes on the issue. Biden wasn't part of the conversation. Quote, I really had no personal contact with the president. I had more personal contact with Obama, which is sort of strange because I was a lot more junior during his presidency. Yeah.
That's why Obama lives 3 miles from the White House.
I'm not really interested in Obama. I'm interested in Biden. And now we're talking about things like the pullout in Afghanistan where American servicemen died.
13, yeah. And he was asked by some mainstream media, legacy media, do you have any regrets? Would you change anything? And he said no.
Of course not.
Fine. Everything's fine here.
To the extent he does, he couldn't remember them anyway. That's the point.
Probably.
2021, he has some good days and some bad days. Today's a bad day. You had an incapacitated president from the get-go, and you could suspect it, but which is fine, and you raise questions about it, which is appropriate. But when you get confirmation of it, then it needs to be discussed and disseminated, and there needs to be some accountability. And animatronic Anthony Blinken, boy, is at the top of the list. So it's always the guy who comes across as just sort of blending into the wallpaper. Mm-hmm. And so Anthony Blinken's out there doing the bidding to get all those Intel community people to sign the 51 to sign the letter of the Hunter Biden laptop. Anthony Blinken's instrumental there, contacting Mike Morrell, to organize this whole thing. Now Anthony Blinken's over here telling Adam Smith, you don't publicly criticize the president after that catastrophe, which of course he was a part of too, the catastrophic withdrawal of Afghanistan. So he was one of the enforcers. Who else? I mean,
it was all a bunch of lies. I mean, I remember his first presidential press conference after he was elected, and I knew something was really wrong with him.
Yeah, but I want to know who the enforcers were to separate from the professional prevaricators like your Ali Mayorkases. The flacks that go out there and say preposterous things as a matter of course.
That he's full of vigor and I could barely keep up with him.
Right.
I mean, everyone, Kamala Harris lied, Mayorkas lied, everybody lied. Lincoln.
Yes, but we need to assign specific responsibilities because there needs to be some public accounting, permanent record type stuff at minimum. Because we talk about accountability with the head of this agency or this elected official, but the powerful decision makers that are behind the scenes, if there's no accountability for them, well, that sends a message that you can be a powerful decision maker behind the scenes. You can be a shadowy figure, whispering Sid Blumenthal. You can be one of those people, and you're completely insulated no matter what you do, no matter the fraud you perpetrate, no matter the potentially the illegalities you suborn. That's why there needs to be an accounting. Grant and Algonquin.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Andy. You guys got such a great show. Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate your show.
Thank you.
And I heard about this earlier, and what's I find really troubling, first of all, this guy is he's mentally incapacitated, and he's making decisions upon decisions. Supposedly, he's making decisions like thousands of pardons.
Yeah.
How are they legal? How are these pardons legal when
he's unfit to stand trial, according to Robert Hur?
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. Don't forget about that, folks.
Thanks for the call, Grant. Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the mental capacity to defend himself in a court of law, to understand what's going on were he to be hauled into court. He cannot stand trial, according to that special prosecutor. But he can make life and death decisions, as he continues to. He can waive off, as you just heard Mike Scott report earlier today, waive off the student loan debt of another 55,000 people.
Holding the nuclear codes.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't forget about that.
Is he really, though?
Oh, no, there's no way.
But that's even more to the point.
Yeah.
Jerry in Milwaukee.
Yeah, good morning, Dan and Amy. Merry Christmas to you. I just want to know where the big guy is on this continuing resolution. I mean, Trump is taking all the criticism along with Elon Musk.
Yeah, right.
He's not even president yet. Where is this president? Home drooling in his soup in Delaware?
Thanks for the call, Jerry. Right. I mean, nobody considers Joe Biden the president anymore. They really haven't. I mean, they haven't for a long time, some of us, but certainly since November 5th, I mean, he's not even in the conversation. It's remarkable, isn't it? Yeah, where is Joe and Kamala? They haven't been furloughed yet. They're still getting a paycheck.
Well, he was in Delaware then. For some reason, he and Jill had to come back.
Yeah, to make it look like they're still the president and vice president. Mike in Littleton, Colorado.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. You know, it seems to me, and I'm always your wet blanket, but the electorate, at least 47, 50% of them, to me, this is the problem that needs to be overcome, and I don't know that it can. It's why Socrates hated democracies. Mm-hmm. The electorate doesn't care. They know he was a mental invalid. They know that their congressmen are corrupt and steal. They know they're $40 trillion in debt. But, hey, I get to go to college for free, and the Broncos are winning, so everything is good. You can't do a damn thing with that. That's good.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite that cynical about it. I think there's a lot of people who don't know. I think you'd be surprised what people don't know. I think you'd be surprised by the percentage of people that, don't engage on a regular basis with what I would consider people's civic responsibilities. And so the riddle to solve is how to get more engagement. I mean, and frankly, this is a bigger conversation about the quality of government education and so forth. But, yeah, I think a lot of people don't know. I mean, how many people, and don't remember, too, because very few outlets, our show is one of the few, provide any institutional memory, provide ongoing context and consequence to what transpires on a daily basis. There are others. I mean, this Wall Street Journal piece is excellent. Over 4 years, Biden held 9 full cabinet meetings. 3 in 2021, 2 in 2022, 3 in 2023, and just 1 this year. In their first terms, Obama held 19, Trump held 25. That's according to CBS News correspondent Mark Knoller. Okay. It just speaks to, we got to wall this guy off. We got to roll him out to present as he is the president, to remind people he's the president. And then we have all these flacks. Ron Klain is another enforcer, his longtime chief of staff. He's Blinken, Klain. Let's start putting together another crime family chart with, the Delaware hillbillies at the top of that pyramid. But so it was roll him out, and then, so see, look, there he is. And then, okay, now let's get back to work. And the pat line is, we are executing the Biden vision when it comes to the policy agenda, while he's, off doddering somewhere under close supervision. It's important this all comes out and people talk about it, to my point to Mike in Littleton, Colorado, because there's a lot of people who don't know or who default to willful blindness. Well, show it to them. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Are your file cabinets stuffed with work orders, invoices, bills of lading, medical records, and or compliance papers? There's a solution to clear the clutter by converting your documents into accessible digital form with the help of IDT. They can scan your documents for you or provide you with the technology to transform your workspace with easy and innovative IoT smart connected scanning technology. IoT smart connected scanning not only captures your information, it connects your documents directly to your existing digital systems, ensuring seamless integration and immediate access. Plus, it works with your existing Microsoft Office 365 technology. Convert those physical files into secure, searchable, easy-to-find digital formats. Goodbye, paper chaos. Hello, streamlined, secure digital environment. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4idt.com. IDT, putting paper in its place.
All right, this Christmas season, don't forget your Balance of Nature supplements, a proud supporter of the station for 10 years. Remember, gingerbread cookies, ice cream, don't cut it. They don't provide the fruits and vegetables your body desperately needs every day to stay happy, healthy, and energized. That's why I've been supplementing with Balance of Nature for nearly a decade. It's so easy. I open up those capsules into warm water. 6 capsules a day provides your body, heart, and mind with several servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables. You'll love it, and your body, mind, and heart will thank you for it. So order your fruits and veggies today. Call 800-246-8751. Use coupon code Chicago to save 35% off your first set and free shipping when you sign up as a new preferred customer. 800-246-8751. Call now or order online at balanceofnature.com. Use coupon code Chicago. And Merry Christmas from Balance of Nature and all of us here at AM 560.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. They're a bank with roots right here in Chicago, and their decisions are made locally too. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Mick O'Rourke, President and CEO of Signature Bank. We'd like to wish you happy holidays from our Signature Bank family to your family.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
And this is Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. We wish you the very best this holiday season from Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we'll return to our discussion of the pending continuing resolution. Is there going to be the much-feared government shutdown, and is Speaker Mike Johnson's speakership in trouble? Steve Moore joins at 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
In Chicago, snow showers and 32 degrees. At 9:29 on AM 560, The Answer, the heavy snow showers are expected to continue through our morning rush to work. Republicans are trying to come up with a new plan to avoid a government shutdown at the midnight deadline. Fox News' Jessica Rosenthal has more from Washington, D.C.
President-elect Trump called Texas Republican Congressman stomach, lifting the debt ceiling, which he said would add $5 trillion to the national debt.
You never have any ounce of self-respect to go out and campaign saying you're going to balance the budget And then you come in here and pass $110 billion unpaid for.
Tonight is the deadline to pass a spending plan, or there will be a government shutdown. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
President Biden expected to announce more student loan relief today. The Department of Education says the Biden administration plans to forgive another $4.2 billion to nearly 55,000 public service employees. Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling billboards he's having posted in Mexico and Central America tough medicine. Abbott says the billboards saying that there will be tough times for those headed north will be in Spanish, Chinese, Russian, and Arabic. This morning, the state of Michigan is outlawing most eggs unless they're cage-free. Here's Fox's Gary Baumgarten.
The new law is taking effect even as egg prices are already rising. It means most farms must provide standing space for the hens if they want to sell their eggs. Farms with fewer than 3,000 egg-laying hens are exempt. The Agriculture Department says the average price of cage-free eggs is about 40 cents more a dozen as compared with conventionally farmed eggs. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Chicago Board of Education set to vote on the future of CPS CEO Pedro Martinez. Also, there is the struggle comes as there is a power struggle between the CPS CEO and Mayor Brandon Johnson over a Chicago Teachers Union contract. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn.
The dog is really emotional. How did I not get hit as he was shooting so many times at me is also in my mind. You know, how he got from south 2-hour-away drive to here.
The suspect shot and killed 2 dogs before fleeing to Home Avenue, where he fired shots at officers. One officer returned fire, killing the man. Investigators determined he shot 3 family members at a home in Mahomet earlier in the day. Chicago police watchdog providing video of a shootout between officers and a suspect accused of shooting a Jewish man in Chicago in October. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability releasing the body cam footage. The video shows officers shooting Sidi Abdullahi, who authorities say shot the victim as he was walking to synagogue in West Rogers Park. Abdullahi died later from an apparent suicide at the Cook County Jail. Chicago sports. Ilya Mikheyev scored twice as the Blackhawks beat Seattle 3-1 last night. Bulls opened their home and home against the Celtics with a 117-108 victory. Zach LaVine with 36, and there are trade rumors developing this weekend with LaVine. The Bears will try to snap their 8-game losing streak when they host the Lions at Soldier Field on Sunday. We extend condolences to our friends listening in Littleton, Colorado this morning as the Chargers beat your Denver Broncos 34-27. The news this morning is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% on average to get your smile back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
My name is Dr. Joe Mealy. I've been a dentist for 56 years, and I'm a certified nutritional consultant. I started taking Balance of Nature 15 years ago. I think most people think when they eat fruits and vegetables, this is their idea of fruits and vegetables. I had an apple today. I had a pear today. I had a banana. That's their fruits and vegetables. They don't understand that each one of those fruits and vegetables has different nutrients than the others. Balance of Nature has made a significant difference in my life, in my wife's life. I feel we're on this earth to help each other. And if other people can benefit from my experience, I think that would be one of the best ways I could justify still being here at 81.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Struggling with high cloud hosting costs and endless management headaches with your Microsoft Azure or AWS environment? Contact AmericanEagle.com for an assessment and see how they can save you time and money.
6:37, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Lowe's. Pro Paint days are back at Lowe's. Get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams for just $148. Lowe's knows paint, Lowe's knows pros, valid through 12/20. Kennedy inbound 42. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Outbound Ike, an accident at Mannheim gumming up the works. Stevenson, you have an entrance ramp closed due to an overturned semi carrying concrete. It's on the outbound on-ramp from northbound Route 83. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Occasional wet snow in your forecast. Could see 1 to 3 inches, depending on where you're at, a high of 35. Partly to mostly cloudy, colder overnight, low 14. And tomorrow, very cold, high of 24 and a low of 17 on Saturday night. 32 and light snow at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. One of the aspects of the continuing resolution brouhaha that has people losing confidence in House Speaker Johnson, myself included, I'm sorry to say, particularly the first iteration that was negotiated by the firm, as Senator Mike Lee calls it, the legislative leaders, and then dumped onto their respective caucuses to vote up or down and before you have a chance to page through $1,500 of pork-laden spending. By the way, you know how Vivek Ramaswamy read that so fast and was able to identify, the two Bobs, but Vivek specifically? They used AI. They used AI to read the thing and, look for keywords, and then you can figure out some of the most egregious examples of what Congress wants to use other people's money for. But one of the things in the original, which just speaks to a caucus that's not ready for reform, Chicago's a city not ready for reform. The House GOP seems to be a caucus not ready for reform. That's a problem. The Global Engagement Center within the State Department. This is a propaganda arm of the censorship industrial complex. It was headed back at its inception by a man named Richard Stengel, who was a former editor for Time magazine. This is Richard Stengel talking about propaganda, government-sponsored propaganda at, where else? Council for Foreign Relations, Confab.
There's another word for master narratives. It's called history. Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And you know, my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population. And I don't necessarily think it's that awful. And this idea of a news cartel, I mean, I was editor of Time in 2012 during that election, and I remember, you know, you're competing against cartels and everybody. I remember being on a panel with the then editor of the New York Times, who said, it's really hard to break through these days. This is the editor of the New York Times saying it's hard to break through. I wanted to jump off the platform. Like, what's it like for the rest of everybody? So, I mean, there are cartels, but cartels don't have hegemony like they used to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Richard Stengel subsequently wrote a op-ed in the Amazon Post calling for a rethinking of the First Amendment. Sure, of course. That's what you do when you're running a censorship industrial complex, part of the cartel. Mike Benz was on Joe Rogan's show. Our friend Mike Benz, he's made big time. Mike Benz on Joe Rogan talking about the Global Engagement Center, which we've talked to him about on this program as well.
He used to be a free speech maximalist back when he was in the media, and media companies benefited from that. But when Trump won the election in 2016, he became convinced that actually the First Amendment was a mistake. He actually openly advocated in the Washington Post in an op-ed that we effectively end the First Amendment, that we copycat Europe's laws. And then he wrote a whole book on it. This is the guy who started effectively the country's first censorship center. But then they did a really cute trick. They went from counterterrorism to counterpopulism. And so in 2016, the Global Engagement Center pivoted from being counterterrorism to counterpopulism, arguing that right-wing populist governments, it wasn't just right-wing, they were also against left-wing populists, but they simply never rose to power in the way that Trump did in the U.S., Bolsonaro did in Brazil, Matteo Salvini did in Italy, Marine Le Pen almost did in France, Nigel Farage was on his way to in the UK and the Brexit referendum, the AfD party in Germany, the Vox party in Spain. In 2016, they were afraid that social media, rising all of these right-wing populist parties to power, would effectively collapse the entire rules-based international order unless there was international censorship, because Brexit would give rise to Frexit if Marine Le Pen won, and she was massively overpowered on social media versus Macron. If, you know, as I mentioned, Italy, Germany, there was going to be not just Brexit, there's going to be Frexit, Spexit, Italexit, Grexit, Gorexit. So the entire EU would come undone, which would mean all of NATO would come undone, which would mean there's no enforcement arm for the IMF or the World Bank or international creditors, which would mean it would be like the ending scene of Fight Club, where the credit card company buildings all collapse just because you're allowed to post on the internet. And they talked about that quite openly in 2017 as they were creating this whole censorship infrastructure.
And House Republicans want to fund that? Want to maintain funding of that? You know, I sort of maybe some simple rules for a complex world, to borrow from the great our great friend and law professor Richard Epstein. Don't fund your enemies. Don't fund America's enemies, both foreign and domestic. And the censorship industrial complex is an internal enemy in this country. Unfortunately, people who were, as Mike Benn said, when he was Time magazine editor, he was a free speech maximalist. Then he became the head of the censorship industrial complex, the Global Engagement Center, the State Department, and Richard Stengel all of a sudden is saying, let's scrap the First Amendment in pertinent part. That's an enemy of a free people. We fund the Taliban, and Tony Blinken doesn't seem too bothered about that. We're funding both sides of just about every conflict in the Middle East and Eastern Europe in one way or the other. And then we fund organizations that are stood up within our government to censor and otherwise purposely misinform Americans. Well, what kind of sense does that make? And how do you not raise the specter on this? Why does it take Mike Benz to do that? Where's the intellectual leadership you would expect from somebody who is an intellectual like Mike Johnson? For more on this, please be joined by Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, co-authored with Art Laffer. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. By the way, you had me at Global Engagement Center. That's all I had to hear.
Exactly.
It's GEC, Stephen Moore, didn't you know?
Yeah, it does. It's sort of, something that Aldous Huxley would have dreamed up. Yes, I know.
But let me just say this, that these are the things, when we're running a $2 trillion deficit, when we're having this big argument about the budget now, these are things that just have to be axed. And by the way, that probably, I don't know what the budget for this program is, maybe $50 million, but
doesn't matter.
I don't know, maybe more. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just, why are we wasting money on these kinds of things when the country has gone bankrupt? And we could sit here and talk about 100 programs like that are in the State Department, that are in the, what's happened with Voice of America, all these things. The Voice of America used to be pro-America. It isn't anymore. So a lot of work to be done. But I'll tell you, I know Russ Vought very well. Russ Vought, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the incoming budget director for Trump. Mm-hmm. He knows about this stuff. If Congress will allow us to do it, we're going to take an axe to these things, and they're gone.
Well, is Speaker Johnson staying or going? Because Senators Mike Lee and Rand Paul, and there's more rumblings than just from them about Speaker Johnson's future as Speaker.
I like Speaker Johnson, actually. I think he's been a quite effective Speaker under the circumstances. By the way, I do like the idea. Have you been hearing about this idea of Elon Musk?
Oh, yeah,
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right. That's an amazing. I never thought of that, because then I had forgotten that you don't have to be a member of the House of Representatives to be the Speaker. But I think Johnson has done a really good job, given that's an almost impossible job. You've got 435 cats all running all over the place. It was Newt Gingrich said being the Speaker of the House is like trying to herd cats, and that's not an easy thing to do. And only out of those 435, only about 220 of them are Republicans, and they have about a 3 or 4 seat majority. It's really tough to get a majority to do anything in that Congress. And so I think it's unfair to blame him for this mess. I think it has to be laid at the feet of Joe Biden, who has ruined our finances for the last 4 years. And this is a disgrace, what's happening. Did you see yesterday? He approved a $15 billion loan to PG&E, which is the largest utility company in California. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because it's going bankrupt. You know why they're running out of extra electricity in California? Because they have the Green New Deal there. And so now people in Chicago and people in Philadelphia and people in New York and people in Charlotte have to pay for the mistakes California has made. We are spending money like candy, folks, in Washington, like they're M&Ms, and it has got to stop. And unfortunately, this kind of current budget, I just say get the damn thing done. I know there's a lot of waste and efficiency. Let Trump get in and start over again, because the last 4 years have been a fiscal disaster. $7 trillion added to the debt in 4 years. Congratulations. Do you guys remember? By the way, it was only a year and a half ago when Joe Biden said, I cut the deficit more than any other president.
Right. More beautiful lies. Well, what about Biden this morning pardoning or debt forgiveness for 55,000 more student loans?
I had not heard that. Oh my God! Can I get debt forgiveness on my mortgage?
I'd like that too. What about credit cards? Don't stop with student loans.
I know we laugh about this, but this is the mentality. But look, that is all going to change abruptly in about 30 days. And so folks just hang in there because this absurdity, like what is it called again? The Global Engagement Center.
Yeah, right.
Stuff is going to go away.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the problem I have with Mike Johnson, who I like too, and am inclined to be supportive of, but he's making it difficult, is instead of using his platform to make arguments, instead of breaking from the tradition of, the four legislative leaders in closed doors horse trading and then coming out with a monstrosity for their caucuses to up or down vote in, 5 minutes. He could be making the argument about these sorts of things that need to go. He could be making the argument about Biden policies that have put us in this position like you're describing. And instead, he's making an argument about how small farmers need $10 billion in aid because they've been impacted by inflation and droughts. And that's nonsense.
Okay, you got me. I
Yeah.
can't argue with that.
Okay.
There's an incredible. I mean, when you do that AI thing for going through that bill that you were talking about, just I wonder if they word pork or bacon.
Yeah, right.
I mean, because there's so much crap in that bill. The football stadium, I'm sure it is a national priority. We're losing $2 trillion, but the United States federal government has to fund a football stadium. That's a high priority.
It's the kind of thing you'd expect Illinois to do. Actually, the Chicago Bears are trying to get that done.
Trying to do it.
Yeah. So, speaking of the Doge boys, since they're so central to this larger conversation, how is your interviewing going to be the executive director of Doge?
Oh, God. Well, those guys are off to a booming start. I've talked a bit with Vivek just about what he's doing, and it is amazing, and they're everywhere. And the hope that I have is they just change the whole culture, the culture of spending and the culture of every time there's a problem in America, we have a federal program to try to stop it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be the best contribution. Expose to the American people the incredible waste that's going on. The fact that, they've made hay out of, and this is something we've talked about on this show for the last 9 months about how only 10% of federal employees are showing up for work 40 hours a week, which, by the way, I was thinking about this in the context of, oh, my God, oh, no, we can't have a government shutdown of non-essential employees. My God, they won't be able to go to work. They're not going to work already. How's that going to be different than what's happening today?
But then the big question, of course, is, these one-off programs that are patently absurd and easy to cut, at least intellectually. But the problem is, if you're going to be intellectually honest, 72% of federal spending is non-discretionary or debt service. So you can't really cut $2 trillion out of the federal budget like Elon Musk suggests you can if you don't structurally change the way that entitlement programs are set up. And what do you think the appetite for that is?
Well, Social Security is a system we have to. I've been advocating this for 35 years. Starting tomorrow, every young person in America, anyone listening to the show under the age of 40, puts 10% of their paycheck into a 401k plan, not sending it into the black hole of Social Security. And if you do that, folks, you'll get a 2 to 3 times higher. For the young people, your benefit that you get when you retire will be 2 to 3 times higher because they spend your Social Security money on everything else but Social Security. So that we should have done this. If we had done this, 35 years ago, my benefit, because I'm 64, guys. Next year I will be eligible. Wow. I will be eligible for Social Security and Medicare. By the way, that's part of the problem, right?
Now we got to pay for your Medicare now. Good grief! The bills keep coming.
Thank you very much, folks. But look, it is true. Trump says I'm not going to cut Social Security benefits, and I'm not going to cut Medicare. Frankly, I don't think we should. But that's not to say you cannot save money. There are hundreds of billions of dollars of fraudulent payments in these programs. There's so much waste and duplication. You could go and cut, $200 billion out of these programs easily, and it would not affect people's basic medical care benefits. So that's what Doge is going to do, is find the areas where we could save the money without, did you know, remember all those COVID programs like the PPP, and we spent and the unemployment insurance and the food stamps and all that.
Yeah.
We know there's something called the U.S. Government Accountability Office. This is an agency of government that is like an auditing agency. And they found that in the last 4 years, there has been $300 billion of fraudulent payments in these programs. And by the way, Amy, a lot of the people who got the fraudulent payments don't even live in the United States.
Oh, I know. People in prisons got
Russians and Ukrainians and people in Syria and stuff that figured out how to hack the system. That's outrageous.
Well, I mean, but we got to keep that. We got the H5N1 avian flu thing going on, so we got to shut down the economy and restart those programs.
Well, did you also hear who was our guy who Anthony Fauci made an announcement yesterday that because of these drones, are you following that drone story?
Sure,
I am. And aliens.
A lot about that. Because of that, we're going to all have to wear masks.
No.
I'm kidding.
Don't give me a heart attack.
Stephen Moore, economist, author of the Trump Economic Mural and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity again. That is co-authored with Art Laffer.
Yeah.
Steve, thanks as always. Merry Christmas.
Okay. Merry Christmas, guys. I'm coming to Chicago tomorrow. Wait a minute. Tomorrow, 24 degrees?
Yeah. Tonight it's going to be
maybe
14.
maybe
24.
Maybe I better go to Honolulu instead.
That's a better idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Have
right.
a good one, guys.
You too,
Bye.
and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. President-elect Donald Trump's popularity has reached a 7-year high, and the majority of Americans approve of his handling of this transition process. It's a direct quote from a recent report in Forbes. 55% think Donald Trump is handling his transition well. Let me insert a quick point of contrast here. In 2016, at this time in the year, Trump had just 40% approval. These new numbers are nothing short of astonishing. My proposition is simple. Trump's new approval rating is because, wait for it, Trump. Trump is more popular today than he's ever been before because Americans like optimism, and Trump's not only selling hope, he really believes in it. He loves this great country. The numbers that support him reflect the nation's affection for an elected leader who believes in the country and its essential goodness and says so again and again and again. If you are wishing the country well, you should be hoping that Trump's numbers, like those in the markets, continue to rise.
MyPillow is glad to announce that their Christmas extravaganza is finally here. Get this season's flannel sheets for as low as $59.98. They won't last long, so get them while you can. The famous My Slippers. They haven't been on sale for over a year. Regular price $119.98, now only $59.98. The 6-piece towel sets are back in stock with extremely limited quantities, only $29.98. With hundreds of MyPillow products, there's something for everyone on your Christmas list. From bathrobes, duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and be sure to use promo code LIBERTY to save on all MyPillow products. That's 800-489-0201, promo code LIBERTY. For example, flannel sheets for as low as $59.98 or the 6-piece towel sets for just $29.98. But that's not all. They're extending their 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2025. Plus, all orders over $75 or more ship absolutely free or use promo code LIBERTY at MyPillow.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Is there a reason we're playing this song? And not a
Apparently
Christmas
George
tune?
likes Falco. Coming up at 7:07, Fawny takes a swift kick to her fanny. 7:07.
Yes, she does. Today it's going to be snowy, 1 to 3 inches, a high of 35 degrees. It is 7 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
Trying to prevent a government shutdown after midnight.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We're expecting votes this morning, so y'all stay tuned. We got a plan.
That's House Speaker Mike Johnson a short time ago, the day after the House, with 38 Republicans joining Democrats, rejected the spending plan President-elect Trump supported after the bipartisan funding bill he opposed got scrapped. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says
extreme MAGA Republicans are driving us to a government shutdown.
But Fox's Aisha Hasni reports from the Capitol.
I am being told by a source that they have worked out a temporary solution to keep the government open. And then I was told by another lawmaker that this vote could come as early as 10 this morning.
That's in 2 hours. President Biden wiping out more student loan debt with an order this morning for another 55,000 Americans.
President Biden has relied on the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program to wipe away $78 billion in loans for borrowers who work in education, public health, law enforcement, and emergency response. In total, the administration has canceled the debt of almost 5 million Americans, totaling $180 billion.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Luigi Mangione behind bars in New York City now, facing state and federal murder charges in the killing of United Healthcare's CEO.
Mangione appeared in federal court yesterday. The judge ordered he be detained, though federal prosecutors say the state case would have priority for now.
Fox's Chanley Painter also reports the federal complaint filed has more details on Mangione's writings.
In an entry marked as August 5th, the notebook described how the details are finally coming together, and I'm glad in a way that I procrastinated because it allowed me to learn more about United Healthcare.
The FAA has some temporary drone flight bans in parts of New York now, the day after similar restrictions in much of New Jersey, where most of the recent mystery drone sightings have taken place. America's listening to Fox News.
Snow showers and 33 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Board of Education today is set to vote on the future of Chicago Public Schools CEO Pedro Martinez. The board is holding a special meeting tonight. The vote comes as a power struggle continues between the CPS CEO and Mayor Brandon Johnson over finances and the district's ongoing contract negotiations with the Chicago Teachers Union. A man is wanted in a triple homicide following a Central Illinois shootout that ended up with a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers then followed John Lyons as he forced his way into a home on Winona Avenue.
Wrestling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
The suspect shot and killed 2 dogs before fleeing back to Home Avenue, where he fired shots at police.
The dog is really emotional. How did I not get hit as he was shooting so many times at me is also in my mind. You know, how he got from south 2-hour-away drive to here.
One officer returned fire, killing Lyons. Investigators determined Lyons shot 3 family members at a home in Mahomet earlier in the day.
So a lot of questions about why something like that would happen to someone that did not deserve it in any way.
There, Sarah Mason was pronounced dead at the scene, while Janice Mason and Caleb Mason died at a nearby hospital. Authorities in northwest Indiana investigating a deadly shooting. 73-year-old Margaret Sangerman was found dead last night, 2 nights ago, inside a Gary home. A man was discovered in the front yard with a gunshot wound. Police now say the couple owned that home and their vehicle was swiped during the crime. Mike Madigan's racketeering trial is on hold for the holidays before going on break. Jurors heard from a longtime assistant to the former Democrat Illinois House Speaker. In Champaign, Terrence Shannon Jr. is set to be honored as one of the better Illinois basketball players in history. Current Minnesota Timberwolves rookie will have his jersey raised to the rafters at Assembly Hall Saturday, February 15th, joining recent All-Americans like Ayo Dosunmu and Kofi Cockburn. Well, do you believe in holiday miracles? How about a little Christmas magic? Well, believe this. The Blackhawks have won 3 in a row as they beat Seattle 3-1 at the United Center, while the Bulls were winners over Boston 117-104. to 108. And that's likely where the magic will end, sorry to say, as the Bears prepare for the Lions at Soldier Field on Sunday. The news service of Valdecas Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecas Windows at valdecas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees more delusion.
Imagine bragging about raising $1.5 billion, now apparently over $20 million in debt, in a failed campaign. I mean, the woman needs an intervention. She's either on a bender, she's in the middle of a bender, something's really, really wrong.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynavite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's Dynavite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynavite.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
Tasty Catering invites you to come together this holiday season and celebrate with great food and great company.
Since 1989, Tasty Catering has been planning memorable holiday office parties all over Chicagoland and bringing your team together this year in the spirit of the season.
Their delicious holiday menu at tastycatering.com features all the amazing appetizers and entrees, savory side dishes, and decadent desserts that you'll need for the ideal holiday office party.
From elegant plated dinners to casual company buffets and festive cocktail hours.
Stop by their Elk Grove Village Kitchen and meet their award-winning catering family and sample some of their new and classic holiday menu dishes.
The experienced holiday events team is ready to take you step by step through the planning process, simply and stress-free.
Don't delay. Call Tasty Catering at 847-593-2000 or view the holiday menu online at tastycatering.com.
That's 847-593-2000. tastycatering.com. Holidays. Gather, eat, and enjoy together.
7:09. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of our friends at Turnkey.pro. For less than the price of a monthly car payment, Turnkey will fully protect your network with up-to-date cyber protection and real-time threat hunting. Protect your small business today. Visit Turnkey.pro today. Accident inbound Kennedy. Multiple vehicles involved. It's inbound right before the Tri-State. Again, that's on the west end of the Kennedy this morning. Delays on the Stevenson between Harlem and Kedzie. The Stevenson outbound, they finally reopened that entrance ramp. The outbound on-ramp from northbound Route 83 or Kingery Highway, if you prefer, as you travel on the Stevenson. I-57, an exit ramp. Accident on the exit on the off-ramp to the Tri-State this morning, and slow traffic on the Tri-State between I-88 and the Ike this morning. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Clouds and breezy, some snow this morning. Could see an inch, followed by flurries in the afternoon. The high today 35. Partly to mostly cloudy, cold night tonight, low 14. Sun and cold tomorrow, the high 24. Partly sunny Sunday, the high 34. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Light snow 32 at O'Hare, 34 at Midway. Next news 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. News yesterday that Fawny, what you talking about, Willis got her fanny kicked out and kicked off of the Trump RICO case that she brought. Appellate court saying this is the rare case in which disqualification is mandated and no other remedy will suffice to restore public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. The appellate court also chided the trial court judge, Scott McAfee, for not disqualifying Fawny Willis for, her various conflicts of interest and general incompetence, but particularly the conflicts of interest. That's what did Fawny in. Now, it doesn't mean that the RICO case she brought can't go forward. It just means that her and the attorneys that were working the case are precluded from participating in said case, but it seems highly unlikely that it will. So another delayed but decisive victory for President Trump.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us on that very same line. I mean, imagine she orchestrated this with the Biden administration, with her buddy Kamala Harris. She got the mug shot of Trump, member, that was seen around the world, but that made him more popular. And then she gets kicked off the criminal case. I mean, it's Shakespearean almost. It's beautiful.
It doesn't mean that she doesn't have exposure, too. We've talked about this, that there may be a basis to suggest, because this case should never been brought in, and the appellate court more or less said that this was a vanity project of Fawny Willis's. Did she violate Trump's civil rights? That could be a matter for the Department of Justice. And to your point, was she part of a conspiracy to deprive President Trump of his civil rights? Because as Ashley Merchant, an attorney, testified during the hearing about whether or not to remove Fawny Willis from the case at the trial level, she said this, Ashley Merchant, on Fawny and her White House meetings.
There's one of the other things I did was I did open records for the White House access, and we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access history. How does that work? The White House keeps records of anybody that comes in and has any kind of official meeting, for sure?
Yes, and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And I mean, that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the White House, but they keep that. And so they're called WAVE records, I believe is what they're called, and I'm not sure what that's an acronym for, but they're publicly available. They're open records.
And this record that's shown on the screen shows Fawny Willis was a visitor with V. POTUS. I presume that's Vice President of the United States?
Yes, it was.
And what was the date of that back in, was that February sometime of 23?
February 28, 2023.
Is that before the indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further explanation of why Ms. Willis was meeting with the Vice President of the United States?
No. I know Dexter Bonds, and I believe that's the same one that Mr. I think it's Dixon, the mayor of Atlanta, was also there.
Okay. We're going to take a short break. We've been going at this for a while. Let's take a somewhere between 5 and 10 minute recess, and we'll be back.
Smoke them if you got them. Calling Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi, please pick up. Please answer the red courtesy phone. Fonnie Willis.
If you do anything, President Trump, get Pam Bondi on this, please.
Well, he doesn't need to do anything.
Okay.
Because Pam Bondi is going to know what to do. And this, what we're reminding people of from one of the stories of the year is going to be well known to Pam Bondi and her team at DOJ. And, I think that they're certainly with what the appellate court concluded, and frankly, all the evidence that came out at the trial court level, Fonnie Willis's disastrous performance, by the way.
Oh, God.
That is more than enough fodder for a legitimate look-see, and getting an answer to the question the judge asked that Trump's attorney, Ashley Merchant, didn't have. What was she meeting with the VP about before the indictment?
She went to the White House. So did her lover boy.
Did that come up?
Personal injury attorney.
Of course, that was her and Nathan Wade. That was some of the most fun part of the hearing. Like talking about her vacationing in tropical places with Nathan Wade, her lover.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him? Besides this one?
Where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, with the exception
I've been to Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
She's not a geography person. She's a lawyer talking, law talking kind of thing person. Yeah. And by the way, just so you know.
Well, do we tell people North America?
Just so you know, Fonnie Willis, she don't need no Nathan Wade. She don't need no man.
She doesn't need a man.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Mr. Let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a coincidence.
It had absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We had brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth. Let's stay down. Next question.
Oh, she's got a little to add.
Son of a bitch, you! You're supposed to stand for something. You're supposed to protect people.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a real flourish. Fonnie Willis, don't need no man. It's interesting. Nathan Wade and her, by the way.
They're just friends, right? But then when her son's car broke down or something, he showed up with her.
Well, he's a misogynist that she chose as her special counsel in the case. Isn't that what she's saying? Mm-hmm. Strange choice. Doesn't really make sense. That should have been explored a little bit more. But I mean, what's really the point? The whole thing is just surreal. It's almost one of these parodies. But again, she don't need no man. A man is not a plan. I have that T-shirt. And don't go telling her how to pay her bills.
I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
She's on top of it. I mean, it's really kind of funny. This is fun, too. There's, of course, some celebratory memes that have populated the interweb in the wake of this decision. I ain't saying she a vote rigger.
What? Oh, boy.
Now I say she a vote rigger, but fatty only make my lead bigger. Now I say she a vote rigger, but fatty only make my lead bigger. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. 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 Fanita thought always at the beauty salon with a baby Louis Vuitton under her underarm. She said, talk to Waka Flock, I could really do harm. For a case, I got a lot, I could blow up the spot like a bomb. But I'm looking for the one, have you seen her? She went and put my whole team under subpoena. Diva, Friday, Felicia, poor kids, in charge of Gunner, Donald Trump, and you're the bull. Indict Gucci Mane and chase it for some fame. She think it's all a game, but rap with no shame. She get up on TV, and you all know her name. If you play in Fulton County, then you better get paid. You know why? Cause the DA corrupt, yo. From what I heard, Fatty got a baby by Mondo. And Loomis said she got a trapped house in a condo. She don't care whatever said, long as she clocked, though. Now I say she a vote rigger, but Fatty only make my lead bigger. Now I say she a vote rigger.
I think that's Kanye approved, by the way.
That's good.
Steve, Southside, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Love the show.
Thank you.
Now, I'm sure people like Fannie Willis and Bragg were more than well taken care of to bring these BS charges against Trump. So unless they actually sit in a jail cell and do time, the risk to reward for them was probably worth it, which is total garbage to me.
I'm not sure about that. Thanks for the call, Steve. I think this is an effort by low-level people to curry favor with high-level people so that they could become a high-level person someday. The idea that there would be some sort of cash transaction, I would be surprised, at least I would be surprised if it was done inartfully such that it would ever be discovered. But really, I just doubt it. Promises of future support. We've got to keep an eye on you for a U.S. attorney appointment at the time when Biden is reelected. Those sorts of things I could see occurring, but bringing the money bags in, I doubt. And the same thing goes with Bragg. This is auditioning to be one of the big shots for both of them. Frank, Board of Trade.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Cedric the Entertainer's rant in the movie Be Cool, where he said our race is added to the culture. I'm trying to identify exactly where that was.
Well, okay. I mean, let's not extrapolate from Fani Willis beyond Fani Willis. She is, let's judge people individually. I mean, of course. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're saying, but we're talking about Fani Willis and only Fani Willis. Well, and Nathan Wade. Glenn in Orlando.
Good morning, guys. So that Fulton County is a special kind of county down there, and they reelected Fani too.
Yeah, they did.
They sure did.
I should have taken that Fani Willis sign that was near Georgia Tech campus.
Collector's item.
I know.
We reelected Kim Fox too. We reelect all kinds of people that are awful. So I mean, we don't have much standing to chide Fulton County here in Cook County or Illinois, do we?
Yeah. So where's
there's that.
And where's the probation? Where are the fines? Where's all the accountability for all this activity that was BS? So.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think she should be subject to disciplinary proceedings, as an attorney, as an officer of the court, and that may yet come. But the rebuke from the appellate court and the removal from the case, the Trump case, and essentially ending that case in Fulton County, that's all right and proper. And I doubt we've seen or heard the last of a reckoning for Fani, professionally and maybe even criminally.
Yeah, she's done. I mean,
calling Pam Bondi, please pick up that.
She's lost all credibility. Even the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporters, it's over. No credibility.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
Support our police and hire the police to personally protect you. You've watched the news. Rising crime has been affecting our everyday lives in Illinois more and more these days. Blue Star Security can protect you, your business, or your place of worship. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 900 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Anthony Barchetto, president of Blue Star Security and a 20-year law enforcement veteran. The Blue Star team is made up of over 900 state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals. We serve businesses and private organizations with supply chain and special event security and also protect our loved ones at places of worship and schools all across the Chicagoland area. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at bluestarsecurityllc.com. That's bluestarsecurityllc.com. Wow. Are you buying or are you selling? As this is being written, silver is up more than 50% in just the past 8 months. And gold is the highest it's ever been. Whether you are just getting into the metals, want to roll your IRA into silver or gold, or want to take some profits off the table, Fox Valley Coins is ready, willing, and able to help. Even though Fox Valley Coins is a national dealer, they're family-owned and in your own backyard. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville almost always has the product you want in stock and pretty much always has the best pricing when you buy or sell. Buying or selling is easy. Bring your items in. We'll establish the price and pay you cash or check on the spot. Don't wait until the end of the year to move your assets around. Did you know that Fox Valley Coins has sold over 3,000 one-ounce silver Donald Trump coins? We have several designs, but they're going fast. Fox Valley Coins on Route 59 in Naperville. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
All right. Balance of Nature, red and green, just like Christmas, because it's Christmas every day when I take my Balance of Nature. Why? Not getting enough fruits and veggies on my own. Had 0 fruits and vegetables yesterday, unless you count ketchup, Ronald Reagan. But that's why I take it. 6 capsules a day. Provides your body, heart, and mind with several servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables. I love it. You can smell the fresh fruits. You can smell the vegetables. And if you have a craving if you have a sweet tooth, I should say, during the day, chew on one of the fruit tablets. It will take it away. So order your fruits and veggies today. Again, great stocking stuffers. The number to call is 800-246-8751. Give the gift of health. When you call that number, 800-246-8751, use coupon code Chicago to save 35% and free shipping when you sign up as a new preferred customer. Or order online at balanceofnature.com. Use coupon code Chicago. And Merry Christmas from Balance of Nature and AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Anyways, there's another song out.
Oh, I've got one for you, too. But do I have to choose later between Aliens and my favorite Christmas song parody?
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
This is from Tom McDonald, who's sort of a rapper, but pro-Trump rapper. He's come up to some renown for his pro-Trump raps. Well, now he's got a little Christmas ditty.
Well, the tide is finally turning, and Kamala's speech is slurring. Thank God we're saying bye to Joe. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke. And the mainstream media's dying. Their viewers shaving their heads and crying. What is a woman? Well, they still don't know. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke. They tried to stop us by taking his life, but they missed, so it's fight, fight, fight. The left really thought they'd beat the right, and they fought, but they lost, thank the Lord. Now January is coming. Half of Hollywood's already running. They're finding new countries to call home. Screw the woke, screw the woke, screw the woke.
Nice.
It was the same song I was going to play, so we get to do Aliens later.
Good thing he didn't do Baby, It's Cold Outside, because that's verboten,
right.
Of course. All right, coming up at 7:37, we'll turn our attention to matters local. A bit of a delayed reaction, but we'll talk to former Downers Grove Library trustee Bill Nienberg about the latest controversy in Downers Grove over an elected library board and just the general talk about screw the woke, dealing with the woke in suburban Chicago, which is really the story out of Downers Grove, which is the story that Downers Grove illustrates. That's at 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
7:31, heavy snow showers. We've just had a report from DuPage Airport. Over the last 24 hours, they've seen 3.9 inches of snow this morning. One person is dead after a Russian missile attack on Ukraine's capital. Ukrainian military officials say this morning's attack damaged several buildings, killing at least one. Authorities are also investigating after a 7-year-old student has died, a teacher and 4 others wounded in a knife attack at a school in the Croatian capital of Zagreb. Republicans are trying to come up with a new plan to avoid a government shutdown at the midnight deadline.
We are going to continue to fight for everyday Americans. That is why we are voting no on this bill.
Democrat Hakeem Jeffries, Republican Congressman Mark Alford of Missouri said before the vote that Democrats are to blame if the government shuts down.
If a shutdown occurs because we do not pass this continuing resolution today, it will not be a Republican shutdown. It will be a Democrat shutdown. And when it goes over to the Senate, it will be the Schumer shutdown.
After the vote failed, House Speaker Mike Johnson told reporters Republicans are regrouping. A new plan may be on the table as soon as this morning. Chicago Board of Education is set to vote on the future of Chicago Public Schools CEO Pedro Martinez. Board holding a special meeting tonight. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers followed John Lyons as he forced his way into a home on Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of wrestling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
The suspect shot and killed 2 dogs before fleeing to Home Avenue, where he fired shots at police. Only then did officers return fire, killing Lyons. Investigators determined Lyons shot 3 family members at a home in Mahomet earlier in the day. An Illinois State Police investigation continues. Michael Madigan's racketeering trial is on hold for the holidays. Before going to break, jurors heard from a longtime assistant to the former Democrat House Speaker at his 13th Ward office. And authorities are confirming that a burned body found in Wheaton belonged to a missing person. The discovery made yesterday by a person walking on the Lincoln Marsh Trail. On the same day, the family of a man reported him missing, adding they were worried about his mental health. And this morning, the ice is thawing, even though winter is here. The ice between the Cubs and Sammy Sosa. The 7-time All-Star and 1998 NL MVP released a statement yesterday in which he apologized and acknowledged that he made mistakes during his playing career. Afterwards, Cubs executive chairman Tom Ricketts extended an invitation for Sosa to attend the 2025 Cubs convention next month. Blackhawks beat Seattle 3-1. Bulls beat the Celtics 117-108. College basketball, Northwestern will go for their third win in a row when they take on DePaul tomorrow. The news, a service of Valdecast Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor at Valdecast.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. They're a bank with roots right here in Chicago, and their decisions are made locally, too. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Mick O'Rourke, President and CEO of Signature Bank. We'd like to wish you happy holidays from our Signature Bank family to your family.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
And this is Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. We wish you the very best this holiday season from Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality this holiday season. Visit signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
7:38 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combining heritage and innovation in every cup. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online at papanicholas.com. Plainfield, Will County, County Line Road, that's Will Kendall County, north and southbound, entirely shut down between Renwick and Route 126. Multiple cars have spun out and gotten into accidents. Plainfield police telling us it's a mess, and avoid it if you can. That's County Line Road, Will Kendall, north and southbound between Renwick and Route 126. Tri-State jammed up northbound right at Roosevelt Road. Things are slow on the Stevenson outbound on-ramp from northbound Route 83. The semi there is in the ditch, and traffic is jammed up as folks are not able to use that ramp this morning. Outbound on the Ike, you're jammed up Laramie to First Avenue. Kennedy right now jammed up inbound from the Edens Junction all the way to Augusta. It's 1 hour in from O'Hare. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Wet snow in your forecast. 1 to 3 inches will fall. High 35. And then getting cold overnight. A low of 14. Flurries and 34 right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We brought you this story a couple of weeks ago, but it's worth revisiting because it's been saying for a couple of years now, or at least a year, since Bill Nienberg was dumped off the library board by the village council in Downers Grove for daring to oppose Leslie Sadowski Fugit.
Oh, you got to say it like Fugit.
Fugit about it.
Fugit about it.
And
Yes.
drag queen bingo at the library, among other things.
God, the fact that CPS had a 19-hour investigation into our station because somebody called and said that we were threatening violence against children.
Well, that's CPS.
While kids are getting raped by teachers.
Yeah, CPS is sort of a category unto itself. But is there something that can be done about these raffles in suburban Chicagoland, in places like DuPage County? The raffles, the rich, angry, white leftist females like Leslie Sadowski Fugit, perpetually on the verge of hyperventilation while scream-shaming anyone who doesn't abide her identitarianism. She is the typical ill-mannered, sentimental simpleton who decries the hyper-partisan politics that she practices, and this is exactly what happened at the last council meeting that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, when the issue turned to whether or not to have an elected library board. And Leslie Sadowski, forget about it, had to provide commentary on those she champions, these poor, beaten down library staffers, afraid to walk to their cars because people like me exist out there lurking in the shadows. The hysteria and the histrionic. She's such a disgraceful type of person. And the problem is there's just not very many people that are willing to stand up to her and tell her in no uncertain terms what she is and articulate on behalf of the community what kind of community we, the collective we, would like to live in. Well, it's certainly not one lorded over by ignorant scolds like Leslie Sadowski Fugit.
And I think it's important that everybody in this room hears some of the things that have happened at the Library Board of Trustees. So both at some of those meetings and here in Village Council meetings, we've heard things like, stop displaying LGBTQ flyers in an attempt to force people to validate sinful lifestyles as normal. Stop accosting us with LGBTQ hosts at the library entrance during Pride Month. No, thank you. This program promotes disturbing, unhealthy ideologies. And though we applaud you for canceling the children's drag queen show, which is not what it was, we cannot forgive you for your failure to exercise good judgment. Failure to distinguish between good and evil. Failure to distinguish between right and wrong. This is grooming. I was told in one email that I supported child abuse because I support LGBTQ individuals.
That's not what people are saying, but she has to play the victim. And the victim on the one hand and the heroine on the other, two sides of the same identitarian coin.
This is the type of language that our library staff, our library trustees, and myself have endured. And in fact, I emailed that voicemail to each of my colleagues, and I received a few lovely comments. But I would really like to hear Commissioner Tully and Mayor Barnett how you feel about the people of your community being treated this way, because I haven't heard anything from either of you yet.
Silence is violence.
And I'm not done yet.
I'm not done.
First, a real shout out to Dan Proft, who incited a lot of these tweets. Speaking of political, the man who lives in Florida but likes to fund a lot of our hyper-partisan candidates in Illinois, who is behind a lot of the push for us to do this. But again, I don't share this for myself.
No, she's selfless. Right.
She's doing it all for the greater good, Dan.
As you said at the time when we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, right? So because I ran a PAC that supported a Republican candidate or Republican candidates in the past, that's hyperpartisan. But her support of local Marxists like Sean Casten, that's not hyperpartisan. Got it. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like what we're seeing with what's going on at the federal level with the continuing resolution. Elon Musk is not allowed to have an opinion. Elon Musk is not allowed to say, I don't like that elected official. I'm going to support an elected official, a candidate to challenge that elected official. You're not allowed to say that unless you say it in a particular direction, unless you say it in the direction of an approved person. This is the left's totalitarian disposition, particularly one as identitarian-addled as Leslie Sadowski-Fugit. What you just heard there is what having a low IQ and an even lower emotional IQ sounds like. And the chiding of other members of the council. Why haven't you come and said, we appreciate you, Leslie Sadowski-Fugit, and we hear you, and how dare anybody criticize you? I will restate what I said a couple weeks ago. I've never threatened her. I've never suggested anybody threaten her. I've never suggested anybody send vulgar voicemails or emails to her or anybody else. It's all a big show. And it's a big show to distract from what a sentimental monster she is. Because I will say on these airwaves, as I have before, I will describe her accurately as a representative of what afflicts suburban Chicagoland, including DuPage County and including Downers Grove. The question is what to do about Leslie Sadowski-Fugit and those who refuse to stand up to her and engage in the sort of a direct and substantive discussion about how local communities should be organized, just like our larger free society. And until that happens, Downers Grove will go the way of Leslie Sadowski-Fugit, and so will the rest of the suburbs around Chicagoland. Bill Nienberg knows this better than most, former library trustee, Downers Grove, joins us now. Bill, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning.
Now, I, too, have felt the scorn now of Leslie Sadowski-Fugit, Bill, so we have that in common.
Yes. She played that voicemail. She dredged up a voicemail from sometime in the past. It has nothing to do with the current ballot referendum that's before council, and played it live in the council meeting, laced with profanities.
Right.
Which, the voicemail is totally inappropriate. Nobody's defending that. But she wants to maximize the victimhood out of playing that voicemail from 6-8 months ago and attach it to this issue, and it has absolutely nothing to do with that.
And her calling out Tully and Barnett, too, well, why haven't you, rallied to my defense and said, we love you, Leslie Sadowski-Fugit? And at some point, can somebody just say, what, would you get over yourself? You're ridiculous. You're making straw man arguments. No one supports anything that you're suggesting. This is not some, there's not mayhem on the streets of Downers Grove like you're pretending because people disagree with you about how what sort of programming should be at the library. I mean, just give it a rest already.
Yeah, and the library board follows right along. The unsubstantiated threats is one of their biggest defenses. Yeah. Every time you confront them on their activism, there's all these unsubstantiated threats. They can't go to the grocery store, or they can't walk through their front yard without people hurling rocks at them and shouting obscenities. And shockingly, there's no evidence of that.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the future of the library board, and what's this deadline of January 13th?
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with being anti-LGBTQ. This has to do with the steady stream of drama flowing from the Downers Grove Library It has to do with the lack of financial control that the village has over the library. And it has to do with the village council recognizing flaws in the way that library board members are selected. And so the village council wants to put a very simple ballot measure on the April consolidated election, asking the taxpayers of Downers Grove if they would prefer a elected library board. It is a simple, efficient first step to inform the council on whether they should explore this. And there's some complexities associated with it. There's some legislation that would have to happen in Springfield to enable it because of the form of government in Downers Grove, but it's entirely possible. It's not like rocket science. It's been done before. It can be done again. They are in full freakout mode, trying to paint this simple ballot measure as the end of everything good about the library.
Oh my God. The end of times.
Cats and dogs again. Here we go. I mean, from the fallout from the whole drama associated with you last year into this year with the elected thing. So what is, I mean, do you sense any difference in terms of the engagement or response from Downers Grove residents? Is anybody getting as weary about this as perhaps you are?
Yeah, after I was removed by council, the number of supportive emails and phone calls and people walking up to me on the streets was notable. I think the tide's starting to turn. I think the last election is evidence of that. And I think the residents and taxpayers of Downers Grove are getting tired of this drama, and they're also getting tired of the out of control spending at the library. They just passed the 2025 levy. There's another 4% jump in the tax levy on top of last year's 4% jump.
Right.
This is to support almost 7% jump in expenditures, which includes things like plus 5% salary increases, plus 8% for non-exempt, plus 6% for part-time. So they're doing a good job of taking care of themselves. And then my favorite, a 35% jump in conference fees so they can continue to go to the Illinois Library Association conference and get their annual dose of indoctrination.
Yeah, the junkets are always fun, right? And they just happen to be, in Palm Springs this year or something like this, right?
Yeah.
Well, are you going to run again?
The library budget next year will top $7 million for a single location library.
Although I got to say that probably pales in comparison to that Taj Mahal they built next door in Lombard.
Maybe, yeah.
Are you going to run again for the library board?
Well, if it transitions to an elected board, then maybe. I don't think there's a real good chance of me getting appointed again.
No,
in the current structure. But if it switches to elected, maybe we'll see.
Well, which council members are up? Is Fugit up in the spring?
No.
She's got
So Greg Jose termed out. You're familiar with Greg.
He was like a Dem committeeman, right?
Yes, exactly. Chris Gilmartin is up for re-election. And then there's two open seats. Danny Glover, solid conservative guy, is rolling off. And there's two open seats. Jose.
I loved him in Lethal Weapon.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to see him go.
He was great.
Yeah,
he was great.
No, he was a conservative.
Well. So what about activism at the local level then to get people on the board more people on the board who are not criminally insane?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with this referendum. I think it's going to get pulled off of the April ballot, and I think it might be the better plan because they've grabbed the messaging around this so quickly and used their existing library emails and flyers and Friends of the Library organization to poison the message already. The village council doesn't need a referendum to go after this. This is an entirely appropriate move for village council. There's about, in our tax bill, about 12.5% of the tax bill that goes to what they call single purpose governments. It's things like the library, parks department, forest preserve, and then a couple of small ones like sanitary district. The library is the only single purpose government greater than 1% of your tax bill that doesn't have elected representatives. Mm-hmm. And I already painted the picture of their out of control increases in spending and taxes. It's entirely appropriate for that board to be elected. This is not some radical measure by village council.
But even if
I think they can do that without a referendum, and I think they should.
Well, okay, that's fair enough. But if that doesn't happen, you still have the opportunity to elect candidates that would change the disposition of those in control on the board, and then you sort of win either way, because then you can make more sensible appointments to the library board.
Absolutely, and I think that should happen as a backup plan. But there's the current structure. It's multiple degrees of separation between the board and any accountability to the taxpayers, and I think that should be removed. They should be elected. There should be direct control over who's selected and how they render taxes in Downers Grove. Right now, the tax levies that's passed by the library, the village can do nothing about it. Unless they want to reject the entire budget, they have to take the levy as passed by the library board. And so there's no accountability. There's no transparency to how board members are selected, and moving to an elected board is the right path.
Bill Nienberg, former Downers Grove library trustee, maybe future Downers Grove library trustee. Bill, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Sure, take care. Thanks.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Jim Durkin, founding partner of the Martech Group, a global market research firm based in Chicago since 1985 and a longtime customer of Signature Bank. When our business moved to our current Loop location, I recall seeing Mick O'Rourke and his two business partners, Brian Duncan and Kevin Bastuga, laying the foundation for Signature Bank. When Signature opened its doors in 2006, I was proud to move our accounts there and become a shareholder. Being in the consulting business, the Martech Group has a keen understanding of the value of relationships, trust, and attentiveness. Whether dealing with our U.S. practice or our international operations, Signature Bank is always there when we need them. That's why the Martech Group is proud to have Signature Bank as a valued business partner.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world, one life at a time.
Balance of Nature makes a difference in my well-being and how I feel and everything. It's true. It makes a difference. If you take Balance of Nature, you have a happy day because you just feel a little better. It's like a restaurant in New Orleans. Her famous saying was, when you come to our restaurant, you leave a little happier than when you got here. And that's what Balance of Nature does. It lets your day be a little happier than it would be without the Balance of Nature.
Merry Christmas! This season, be part of the cheer and save big with our exclusive Christmas deal. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Christmas offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, in defense of the commercialization of Christmas with historian Alan Pell Crawford. That's 8:08.
And then later, Open Mic Friday. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Video shows a shootout between police and a man who shot a Jewish synagogue goer in Chicago. The Madigan trial on a long holiday break, and the snow is finally moving out of the Chicago area. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Congress only has 15 hours left. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, to pass a spending plan to prevent a government shutdown after midnight. And there may be a House vote on some plan next hour.
Certainly, we're in this game of Russian roulette at this point in time. I think that the Speaker has put something on the floor, and he's going to do another time. He'll give the Democrats an opportunity to participate in this.
Republican Senator Roger Marshall tells Fox,
I think the most important thing is we don't saddle President Trump with any type of debt ceiling limitation going forward.
Democrats blame President-elect Trump for getting Republicans to scrap a bipartisan funding plan. This hasn't happened in more than a decade. U.S. diplomats are in Syria, meeting with opposition leaders who overthrew the Assad government after a long civil war. They're also there to get more information, trying to find Austin Tice, the American journalist who went missing covering the war in Syria in 2012. We just got another inflation update, a gauge the Federal Reserve monitors closely, and as Fox Business Network's Lauren Simonetti reports, it's better than expected.
The PCE price index month over month came in at 0.1. It had been 0.2 for the prior 2 months, and that was the expectation, so that was a little bit lighter. And the personal consumption index year over year also lighter, 2.4%.
However, that annual rate is slightly higher than in October and is similar to the increase in the Consumer Price Index for last month. It's day 2 of a strike for thousands of workers at 7 Amazon warehouses from California to New York, days before Christmas. Teamsters President Sean O'Brien tells Fox,
Santa would be disgusted in the behavior that Amazon has been engaging in over the last several years. They don't respect their workers.
Amazon's refused to negotiate with the Teamsters, arguing most of the striking workers are not employees, but third-party delivery drivers. Another strike just brewed up this morning at some Starbucks in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Seattle. America's listening to Fox News.
34 degrees. Cloudy skies at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Board of Education set to vote on the future of CPS CEO Pedro Martinez. Now, that vote comes as there continues to be a power struggle between the CPS CEO and weakened Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson over finances and the district's ongoing contract battle with the CTU. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Officers followed John Lyons as he forced his way into a home on Wednesday on Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of rustling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
One officer returned fire, killing Lyons after he tried to invade another home. Investigators then determined Lyons was a suspect in a triple shooting in Mahomet earlier in the day.
So a lot of questions about why something like that would happen to someone that did not deserve it in any way.
Neighbors in that town reacting to the death of Sarah Mason, Janice Mason, and Caleb Mason. An investigation is being handled by the Illinois State Police. Michael Madigan's racketeering trial's on hold for the holidays. Trial resumes January 2nd. Blackhawks beat Seattle 3-1 for their first 3-game winning streak in almost a year. Bulls open up their home-and-home with the Celtics with a 117-108 victory. Number 7 Notre Dame Fighting Irish kick off the first of the 12-team college football playoff series when they host number 10 Indiana at Notre Dame Stadium tonight. The news, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible to save an average of 90% on dental implants. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Bitcoin's price is in the $92,000 range. Cryptocurrencies like stocks are tied to interest rates, and the slump followed the Fed's pullback on anticipated interest rate cuts next year from 4 to 2. Wall Street will be reacting today to the PCE index, the inflation reading for November. Options and futures expire today, which creates market volatility. FedEx shares are jumping up more than 8% after the company revealed plans to spin off its FedEx freight trucking business. Walmart's founding Walton family is passing some control to the next generation. 8 grandchildren will have a say in the business. The Wall Street Journal says the Walton family still owns about 46% of Walmart. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
8:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world, one life at a time.
2 weeks after I had been taken, after I had started taking them, I told the wife, I said, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm 20 years old. Ever since, I just stayed on it. And I'm not the most educated guy, but anyhow, I'm not the dumbest guy in the area. And I do know what they got in there, just reading on it and everything. I'm pleased with it. Anybody I speak to, I convince them right away that give it a try.
Merry Christmas! This season, be part of the cheer and save big with our exclusive Christmas deal. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Christmas offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
Quiet down, here she comes. Shh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
It's 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Lockport this morning, Will County. Water main break. Madison Street shut down in both directions. Plainfield, Will County, right on the Will-Kendall County line. It's County Line Road, actually. North and southbound shut down between Renwick and Route 126. Slippery conditions, multiple cars and wrecks all over the place in that area. Stevenson entrance ramp shut down due to a rollover semi carrying concrete. Right now, that's outbound on the on-ramp from northbound Route 83. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Clouds and breezy, some snow this morning. Could see an inch, followed by flurries in the afternoon. The high today 35. Partly to mostly cloudy, cold night tonight, low 14. Sun and cold tomorrow, the high 24. Partly sunny Sunday, the high 34. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Still some flurries in the area. 34 at O'Hare, 35 Midway. Some light rain falling off and on near Joliet that could turn into ice. And along the lakefront, it's 34. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. 2024, the year of McDonald's.
Oh, yeah. Trump worked there for the best 15 minutes of his life.
Yeah, the much discussed Trump appearance, campaign stop at McDonald's. You know, the dubious claim by Kamala Harris that she worked at McDonald's. But Chris Arnatti writes about another less discussed aspect of McDonald's, the year of McDonald's, in a much discussed case. Luigi Mangione, the man charged with killing that United Healthcare CEO, being caught at a McDonald's. He's got a good piece. Chris Arnatti, the Globetrotter, wrote the book Dignity, focuses on what he calls back row Americans. Become an important cultural commentator, at least in my view, he has. He writes about this. The Trump thing is obvious. Let's talk about the other one. After Mangione was arrested, he writes, I saw two questions raised. The first was, why would someone so careful go into McDonald's? The second was, how in the world would he be noticed, given that it is a soulless franchise where you should be able to easily blend in, since each is the same bland and heavy traffic space? That's what, the D.C. press corps is asking. He writes, the reaction to both stories, both Trump as well as this accused murderer, the reaction to both of those stories in certain parts of the media has proved that a lot of commentators don't understand what McDonald's means to ordinary Americans, which basically means they don't understand ordinary Americans, period. Well, that's, seems to be pretty obvious, but the analysis is important. Over the years, writes Arnatti, I've come to understand the role McDonald's plays in day-to-day life of Americans, especially those towards the bottom, and those suffering from mental illness. In fact, he writes, and I don't know that this question has been asked or answered, but he writes, I'm going to go on a limb here, despite it being too early to do so. This was a few days ago, and say that the theory I find most convincing is that the man who killed that healthcare CEO could be suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. I've met a lot of people like this in McDonald's, and by the way, Arnatti's been in like 500 McDonald's around the world. Wow. Takes pictures of them. They're up there. They punctuate his book from 5 years ago, Dignity, which I encourage people to pick up. He goes on, I've met a lot of people like this in McDonald's because the franchise is often one of, if not the only place in the real world where they can go, grab a cup of coffee out of the garbage can, sit at the corner table, and fit in, at least for an hour or two, without encountering too many dangers. It becomes, for many deeply troubled people, their only lifeline to normal society. It's a role that McDonald's, to its credit, has accepted, or some of its staff have, at least. I've witnessed many occasions when employees and morning regulars have gone out of their way to help those who are suffering. I've seen people offer free food and calls for assistance. I once heard a female customer call her husband, tell him to come to the parking lot and repair a broken-down car free of charge. Each is why the fact that the accused killer of the healthcare CEO wasn't noticed isn't surprising at all. Was noticed, excuse me. Which is why the fact that he was noticed isn't surprising at all, because each McDonald is a community. Very interesting distillation. Well, our next guest has written about McDonald's, too. comes at it from a different angle, but I think he gets to some of the similar conclusion that Arnade did. Alan Pell Crawford is author and historian, best known for his works on early American history and culture. His most recent book is This Fierce People, The Untold Story of America's Revolutionary War in the South. Alan Pell Crawford, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. I don't know exactly where you want to go with this, but I was, since you mentioned it, I was in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday night, late at night. The only place I could go to get something to eat in downtown Washington at that hour, it turned out, was a McDonald's. My wife and I went in, ordered, sat down, and as soon as we sat down, a man was clearly deranged, came in the door, stood as if he was going to go to the line and order, and screamed obscenities to the point that we got very uncomfortable and left. But it was interesting from what you're saying that this did not seem to alarm the staff as limited as it was at 12:30 or whatever it was on Wednesday night. And in fact, it seemed that a police officer might have gotten some food there, and then as the deranged man had come in and I think had begun shouting, the police officer walked on out and went back into the street and whatever his duties were. But it was in light of what you just said, and it was some trends, observations I'm not aware of, that kind of fits in with what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the idea of community is what, Arnade is getting at. He writes, I use McDonald's for the same reason everybody else does. They're welcoming, social, inexpensive, have Wi-Fi, good food, great coffee, clean bathrooms. And they're also a great way to learn about a place from the bottom up, a community, an area from the bottom up. And that's why he wasn't surprised that somebody that's not part of that community would be noticed, as was that accused murderer. And you sort of get to it from another angle I thought was interesting too, and that's the way the centrality of McDonald's, the way that the franchise is localized to the community, the McBaguette in Paris, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was fascinating. And in another context, for another story I was writing, I interviewed, I think, the head of government relations for McDonald's. And she was well aware of this. She said, I don't know if I put this in the article because I talked to her after I wrote this, but that their secret sauce is their ability to maintain a global brand that's instantly recognizable around the world, and yet localize the menu in a few instances, no matter where they are, and that's part of the secret of their global success.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to. I mean, Arnade has done a lot of this legwork, quite literally. He walks all over the place, but where he sees the sort of the same dynamic at McDonald's in other countries. As I said, half the interviews in his book from 5 years ago took place at McDonald's as he traveled around the country, but he's also done a lot of global traveling. And, the dynamic is interesting, too. So it's the idea that that little, and maybe what you're writing about is part of that secret sauce, as you say, but that little insight creates community, whether it's in rural America or Paris or, all of the other places that McDonald's are located throughout the world. Very interesting how you create community.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the one moment I mentioned a second ago about being in Washington, Northwest Washington, right off Connecticut Avenue on Wednesday night, this person that came in, I don't think was capable of what we would think of as community.
No, but I mean, this is where the community deals with those that are, have difficulty integrating, is I think Arnade's point. All right, well,
interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of, commercialization, you penned a piece for the American Conservative in defense of the commercialization of Christmas, there's, of course, annual hand-wringing over.
Yeah, I wasn't terribly earnest in that piece, as you might have guessed. I was having a little fun with it, but I do think that I do get weary of the hand-wringing, I think is what you just referred to, the annual call for a return to some mythic idea of what Christmas really should be, and it seems to be voiced generally by people who wouldn't recognize that anyway and wouldn't enjoy that as well, because their life is built around a kind of disapproval of common life. Now, I think when Tacky Lights tours become institutionalized, as they are here in Richmond, Virginia, where I am, where the local governments and civic organizations seem to sponsor these, then there does become a self-consciousness about it that puts me off a bit. I mean, I can remember, driving around with my children, or when I was a child and our family, getting a kick out of seeing houses that were a little bit garish in what they've done. But that was not, I don't think that was self-conscious at all on the homeowner's part. I think it was just their exuberant enjoyment of the holidays and what they probably thought was beautiful. We thought was kind of ridiculous. But now it has become self-conscious in a way that I don't think is probably a good sign.
Yeah, I like the like this. Christmas was, you're right, Christmas was traditionally a public celebration, even at the beginning. The three wise men went shopping before they got to Bethlehem. And I'm sure there were sales, right?
Yeah, I hope they took advantage of the discounts. They probably had apps with the accounts, with their account numbers on them.
Yeah, that frankincense you got for half off.
Sure.
Right.
What about the Tacky Lights tour?
Yeah, and that's right. And they were. I hadn't thought about this, but until now. But I'm sure they were wearing ugly Christmas sweaters they bought at Target.
Right, that lit up. They didn't need to follow the North Star. Yeah. Oh, right.
That's right.
Alan Pell Crawford, author and historian, best known for his works on early American history and culture. His most recent book, This Fierce People, The Untold Story of America's Revolutionary War in the South. Alan Pell Crawford, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Enjoyed it. You too.
Thank you. He joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
I love giving jewelry as a gift. Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for that magical holiday gift. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Roland's Jewelers is the absolute perfect place for the magical holiday gift for someone you love. Buying jewelry is about trust. Roland's is the jeweler I trust. I'm a customer, and I'm always amazed by their 5-star Google reviews, so many of them. But why not? They're the best. They're family-owned. Hey, getting engaged? Roland's has a large selection of mined and lab-grown diamonds at great prices. Choose from beautifully crafted engagement rings from designer Simon G. or Italian designer Roberto Coin, offering stunning diamond pendants and earrings. How about a Tag Heuer watch with cutting-edge technology? I love mine from Roland's. I continue to be impressed at how expertly trained their staff is. Visit Roland's Jewelers in downtown Libertyville or RolandsJewelers.com. That's Roland's, ROLLANDS, Roland's Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust, just like I do.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows.
But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. There are limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
As we near the end of the year, many families in Latin America and the Caribbean are struggling just to get by. Inflation, food shortages, and natural disasters have left parents unable to feed their children or access water.
When the kids go to bed and we just stay in the night talking about how it's very hard to see my kids go to bed with hunger and not having something to give to them.
For over 40 years, Food for the Poor has stood alongside families like these. Gifts of $500 from AM 560 listeners have already provided food for 10 children for an entire year. Now we're asking for your help with the next 4. Your one-time gift of $200 provides life-saving food for 4 children for a year and helps the community get water closer to home. Make your best gift today. Click the red Give Life banner at 560theanswer.com or call 844-862-4673. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world, one life at a time.
2 weeks after I had been taken, after I had started taking them, I told the wife, I said, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm 20 years old. Ever since, I just stayed on it. And I'm not the most educated guy, but anyhow, I'm not the dumbest guy in the area. And I do know what they got in there, just reading on it and everything. I'm pleased with it. Anybody I speak to, I convince them right away that give it a try.
Merry Christmas! This season, be part of the cheer and save big with our exclusive Christmas deal. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Christmas offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call it now! Open mic Friday!
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Yes, it's that time of the week. Open Mic Friday, taking your calls. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line with comments, compliments, concerns, criticisms, general crack pottery. We'll take it all. But first, as we do, we start with turnkey.pro founder David Kolsak. David?
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Merry Christmas early. First off, I think there's a case, like you guys were talking about, to make Elon Musk the Speaker of the House, as Rand Paul suggests. However, it doesn't seem that he needs to be Speaker to have the power that he just exhibited. In that bill, Musk just pointed out that there was funding for additional biolabs, as well as paving the way for a new football stadium in D.C. and pay raise for everybody, something like 40%. It seems as though there's a warm reception for this new Department of Government Efficiency for the moment, as it effectively killed that bill. We'll have to see what they do today before they recess, but it seems like that CR bill would have sailed right through if it weren't for the hyper-focus on disclosure and pork barrel spending. And one thing I want to mention, just as you did with Steve Moore this morning, you always hear the congressmen and women talk about how long the bills are and how no human could get through reading it, something like 1,500 pages. And I found that was a good use for the likes of ChatGPT. And if people look at that, you have a long document and you put it into that, you can get an executive summary. Just ask it for one, and it works. So give it a try. So anyway, but something that happened this week related to biolabs that General Igor Kirillov, Russia's chief of nuclear, chemical, and biologicals defense force, has been assassinated, presumably by Ukraine. This is the same guy who alleged that Soros, Obama, Clinton, Biden, and the U.S. government, NGOs, and Big Pharma are creating bioweapons. Talk about creating a list of enemies. Those are some really big ones. He alleged that U.S. Democrats, Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton, and George Soros used various departments of defense, state, and agriculture, along with the CIA, the CDC, and a gaggle of other government agencies sponsored by a bunch of NGOs through Ukraine, back through the likes of these pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer, Gilead, Merck, Eli Lilly, and AbbVie, all coming full circle to enrich Obama, Biden, Clinton, and Soros. So you can see why this general was on the short list of being unalived. There's a reason why hundreds of billions of our tax dollars are in Ukraine. There's a reason why Democrats impeached Trump over a phone call in Ukraine. There's a reason why Hunter Biden's pardon starts in 2014, right before his biolab company, Biota, got their contract with the Department of Defense and began studying bat coronaviruses in Ukraine. And then you've got big tech censoring the story and the mainstream media saying that there were no biolabs in the Ukraine. There's also a reason that Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., after they made comments about these biolabs in Ukraine, they're under such scrutiny by the mainstream media. And there's a reason why the CIA in Ukraine just assassinated the Russian military official leading the investigation into the same biolabs in Ukraine. And let's not forget that the deep state is willing to start a nuclear war before they let Ukraine surrender. So it's clear that everything that we're seeing is a result of the deep state trying to cover up their criminality in Ukraine. I've seen headlines from Newsweek, not exactly something I read normally, that say Igor Kirillov's death rekindles baseless conspiracies that he spread. So how desperate does the media have to be when they're once again trying to cover up these biolabs? They're trying to claim that Kirillov's assassination is not conspicuous at all, and the allegations are just conspiracy theory. So Russia even detained a suspect for the assassination. He's an Uzbek national who claims he was offered money from Ukraine to carry out the attack. And of course, Russia will bring this information to the UN, where it once again will be ignored as usual. This is consistent with the Crocus City Hall massacre and other recent terrorist attacks in Russia. Foreign nationals are recruited and offered money to commit acts of terror by Ukraine, which is clearly a proxy for the U.S. So I would say this is a significant escalation, and I would bet that Putin will have a response. But now you've got Louisiana and Wisconsin reporting serious cases of bird flu and California declaring a state of emergency. Last week, this same guy, Igor Kirillov, said that the U.S. had plans to manufacture another biological crisis. So if you start way back in 2014 and you take the phone call from Trump, Victoria Nuland's admission of the existence of these biolabs, which was quite an admission, Hunter Biden's pardon, the disclosure, and the allegations by Kirillov and his assassination, and you've got yourself one big quagmire of chaos. We're going to see how this shakes out, but I want to be clear about this new bird flu threat. We need not be afraid of it, but we need to be afraid of our government's response to it. What COVID taught us is that it doesn't have to be dangerous for our own government to use it as an excuse to shut down the world, steal your God-given rights, and transfer your wealth to someone else. It's all connected. Try to have a Merry Christmas in spite of it, and do your merry way. Talk to you later.
Okay, David, thank you. I mean, I'm not stipulating to the fact that the CIA assassinated this Russian general. I mean, there's also simple answers, as there usually is, which is he was, as David said, Kirillov was the head of Russia's chemical, radiological, and biological weapons unit. So that would make him not an unobvious target for Ukraine as they're fighting this existential war with Russia, would it? So there's that too. Yeah. And by the way, I mean the avian flu H1N5. I mean, I agree with you generally speaking if the current regime would be the regime come January 20th, but I tend to doubt we're going to have Marty Makary and Jay Bhattacharya and the public health team for Trump running for lockdowns and mandates with respect to the avian flu. So I don't think we have anything to fear about a lockdown coming under the Trump administration. Do you?
I'm saying it's not January 20th yet, right? So
okay.
You're
gonna do a 3-week lockdown. Okay. All right. Thanks for the call, David. Appreciate it. As usual, kicking it off.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Okay. Steve and Huntley, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy, thanks for taking my call. Well, I've heard an interview with a consultant that was hired by McDonald's to open the first restaurants in Russia. And at one point, talking about the importance of the McDonald's customer service policy and program, you know, about how the store should be and how the employees, all the employees, should treat their customers and such. And at one point, one of the new hires raises his hand and says, "Wait a second, you mean we have to be nice to the customers? But we have the hamburgers."
Okay. All right. Thanks, Steve. But I don't get it. Okay. So that one employee means that McDonald's isn't a organization that fosters community the way that Chris Arnade suggested in his piece. I'm not sure. Eduardo, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, good morning. Well, I had a nice Christmas party on the rooftop over here in 70-degree weather Tampa here.
There you go.
Nice. And
nobody likes a braggart.
Prime Minister, what are you doing to fix the problem with the shortage of Guinness? Maybe you can comment on that.
Oh boy,
I thought he
nice
was
setup.
Rude to me last week.
Thanks for the call, Eduardo.
A little disrespectful. The Prime Minister got a little lippy for me.
Well, I mean, Eduardo has summoned the Prime Minister, and poof, here he appears. Prime Minister.
Oh, Dan and Amy, what a great lead-in. I have been having my normal Guinness this morning before I call in. And Amy, I apologize, dear. Amy, if Elon Musk does become Speaker of the House, I will push for you, dear, to become the subwoofer. You see, Speaker.
Oh, boy.
I'm sad to report. I'm very sad to report that your chronically sub-rich Prime Minister of Ireland, I'm suffering from AEI, acute estrogen intolerance. And so, Amy, if that bled out into you, I'm very sorry. Dan, I've been nominated by a committee of the listeners. You know, you managed to steal a box of sunlight from heaven, but you always dodge the big question, that thing that keeps the entire listening audience tuning in. Dan, they've asked me to ask you, you know, the inquiring minds want to know. Prof, if your fiance had a big nose, would you break it off?
Oh, boy. I mean, really? You had a week and this is what you've come up with? Come on.
Okay. I've been asked by Governor Lizzo to help build his brand and head off the other leading candidates of the loyal opposition, Governor Haircut. Now, the country's richest politician, this billionaire, this great man, and his transgender sibling have come together to hire me to create a special relationship with the everyday voters and to kick off the 2028 presidential campaign. They've hired yours truly to draft a single-sentence fireside press release that shows them to be everyday people. Before I read the press release, you know, speaking of McDonald's, the governor, J.B. Lizzo, wants to eat healthy. He will not go and eat in McDonald's. He does the drive-through. But I now will read the press release. says governor. Maybe it's just me, but there's nothing better first thing in the morning than a boiling pot of just Get black coffee just off the stove. Sure, I've tried other enemas.
Oh.
This is the best we have today.
Okay,
right,
PM.
thank you.
Whew. You know, I get it. He's a volume comic. You know, they're not all going to be home runs. Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Hard to follow that. Another great week.
Not that hard. Not really difficult, no.
Another great week of real education on the issues and hearing topics the fake news media is not reporting. But earlier this morning, you were discussing Musk. I'm hearing some in the media concerned about his prominence in the Trump administration. And nut job, Joy Behar, even concerned and mentioning him running for president.
They think he is president.
Yeah, well, I want to point out something, and maybe Frank can educate us from Arlington Heights with regards to the rules of becoming president. Isn't Musk born in South Africa?
Yeah, yes, right. He can't be president.
He can't be president. And how can he? And then what would be the rules for becoming speaker?
I don't see any prohibition against him being speaker. There's no, native-born requirement to be House Speaker. I know he's third in line to the presidency, so it has the potential to be a complication. But I don't think that's what's going to inhibit him replacing Mike Johnson. Anyway.
And then with regards to Biden, and you're talking with regards to the cover-ups. What about the cover-ups by the media on it? They never.
Well, yes, yes, of course.
Flashback 8 years ago when they pressured Trump to take the cognitive test. They never pressured Biden to take the cognitive test.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Appreciate it. Dawn in Naperville.
Yeah, speaking of cover-up, I think that if the Biden administration was going to have an 80s theme song, it would be I Know There's Something Going On by Frida. I think she was Swedish.
I love that song.
Yeah.
Sing it for you.
But isn't that interesting, though, how they had the debate early, historically early, and I think their tomfoolery did them in, right?
It backfired. Their plan backfired miserably.
Totally backfired. Wasn't that wonderful?
Yeah, it was a gift. It was good.
Hoist by their own petard, Dawn.
Yes.
Thanks for the call. Paul and Worth.
What about my aliens?
Yeah, first of all, speaking of McDonald's, I was at McDonald's the other day, $6.05 for just a McRib.
Oh, my gosh.
And it wasn't very good.
Well,
that's not meat you're eating.
The McRib is not their best offering.
No, I think that's a soy burger compressed to look like
you
a
hope
McRib.
it's a soy burger.
Oh, he might be eating people.
Something, yes, maybe Soylent Green, yeah.
Of budgeting, way back when Senator Tom Coburn from Oklahoma tried to get a number on the number of programs administered by the federal government, and he never got a number. And then when Trump was in office last time, in order to rebuild our military, he had to give Pelosi and Schumer $300 billion in additional domestic spending. Now, Dan, I have a question for you. With these continuing CRs, every year they have automatic increases. What are they, 4, 5, 6, 7%?
Well, I mean, no, they're not automatic increases. I mean, that's okay. That's how functionally it works with the non-discretionary spending. I mean, with the discretionary spending, I should say, but that's how functionally it ends up working. But it's not, ordered by statute.
Okay. Merry Christmas, guys.
Thanks for the call, Paul.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Paul.
It. All right,
They're
alien.
among us.
You want to do your alien thing?
Well, here's the deal. People didn't believe New Jersey residents when they said that there were drones, and now New Jersey residents are turning on the station 106.7 And that's the local Christmas station that's supposed to be playing Christmas music. But it's not, Dan. Instead, it's playing this. This is when they're driving close to where there's reported sightings of drones in New Jersey. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So I need you to
we heard
translate.
that earlier in
Okay.
the week.
No, that's... Oh, no. What you heard earlier in the week was different. That was different. This was... They're getting hangry. They're getting hungry. They need food. That's what I'm hearing. And that if
That's
they try...
that's the exact same thing.
No.
Yeah, same station.
Same
Yes.
station, but yeah, okay. And then they changed the station a few digits down and then come back. Listen.
What was that little pithy interlude there?
That's the classical music station. A few digits down the dial. I don't know. I think there's something to it, but
You think there's what do you?
I think that we might have, or this is Orson Welles' Alien Invasion all over again, and they're messing with our heads on this radio station. But
or somebody is playing the Brandon Burke concerto at the slow speed, or playing it playing it backwards on the turntable, something like that. Okay. So you think this is an indication of the arrival?
I mean, no one knows what's going on. We haven't had any solid answers. So even Biden was asked yesterday when they returned to the White House, and he said nothing nefarious is happening.
Well, I know they keep saying that, and then you have the story that John Solomon reported, some CIA whistleblower saying they could be looking for a missing suitcase nuke, which would be a bit concerning if that's true. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, you don't feel like you're getting leveled with by John Kirby and Ali Mayorkas, but that's sort of the constant state of affairs.
Just don't trust our government.
Joe in Glen Ellen.
Hey, Dan. Dan, yeah, I'm in Virtue Land, Glen Ellen, but I do enjoy taking my daughter to little day trips to Hinsdale, and I really do enjoy that Hinsdale Starbucks. I get a kick how you always talk about that Hinsdale Starbucks, but it really is a nice Starbucks, and I would love to take you there for coffee.
Oh, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'd love to.
What could go wrong?
Love to, communicate with all of the sentimentalists and their active wear battle regalia. Yes.
And Dan, we can listen to Dean Martin's "Baby It's Cold Outside," the date rape song.
Oh yeah, that'll blow their heads off.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, it's misogynistic.
You'll have a SWAT team called on you, Joe.
And by the way, Dan, Churchill needs to be replaced with John Lithgow. He had a bad day today, so we need to replace him with John Lithgow.
Churchill needs to replace it by John Lithgow. Wait, what? Well, I'm missing the reference.
Well, your prime minister that called earlier.
Yes.
It was very bad today, so we need to replace him with John Lithgow.
Yes. Now I got you. Thanks for the call, Joe. Bob in Naperville.
Yeah, just a quick call to say you guys are doing a great job. I was traveling about a month or two ago before the election, was out of town, happened to find your show, and it was just really a great segment. Ray Lopez, who I knew of and know about, but, he actually is very well-spoken, and he was followed by Eric Hovde. Then you bring on Mike Braun, and then you end with somebody I actually found way before I found you, Steve Moore, the economist. So it was just a terrific hour of radio. And, the great part of the show is for more on this, and you bring in terrific guests. So been listening for a long time. So this is just a quick call to say kudos, keep up the great work. I really enjoy your show for a great source of information.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Why can't more of our listeners be like Bob, just grateful for the great work we do?
Yeah.
Yes, right, yeah.
312-642-5600. If you can't get through, you can get through now, maybe.
We could be like the Chicago Department of Transportation, where we only accept compliments.
Yeah.
So it would just do like a Bob from Naperville hour. Kip in Stillman Valley.
Hey, great to hear from you guys. You all have a Merry Christmas, and I want to kind of go off of what the turnkey guy was talking about. And if you remember correctly, before Trump took office this first term, they were deporting Russians, and so they wouldn't be in the country, so they can find them and get them and to testify what they were doing. And just so on the lookout here before Biden leaves, look out for all the spies that are in our country now that will be deported before Trump takes office. So everybody out there, happy holidays, and I love you all. Bye.
Thanks, Kip. Sean and Darien.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Our 49 states and our federal government is billions and trillions of dollars in debt. Yet the state of Virginia found a way to create a surplus budget in which they're going to credit some back to the taxpayers. It's not that difficult. It's math. I'm a business owner. When your payables are more than your receivables, you have a big problem. Thanks, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Sean. You're right about that. Glenn Youngkin announcing exactly what they were going to do thanks to some of that surplus following in the footsteps of Trump here.
Boy, Virginia's roaring, and I have to say that we have seen record job growth, we have seen record corporate investment, and as a result, we have seen record receipts, surplus after surplus after surplus. More people are moving here for the first time in 10 years, and that is all translated into financial flexibility for us to provide even more tax relief. And so today I announced our initiative to provide no taxes on tips to all of those hard-working folks in the hospitality and restaurant and food industry, personal services. This is over 250,000 Virginians who work so hard. This is a great way for them to keep more money in their pocket as opposed to giving it to a government. We're already running surpluses, and therefore no taxes on tips is going to become the mantra in Virginia.
How about that? Glenn Youngkin has a chance to be to Virginia what Mitch Daniels was to Indiana because, I mean, the difference, of course, is it's one-term limit in Virginia as opposed to 2 in Indiana. But in terms of, he has already endorsed Winsome Sears, who we've had on the show, who's great, and his lieutenant governor. And I think she has a good chance. And if you can continue to build on what Youngkin did, then maybe you can do, as I said, what you can do for Virginia what Mitch Daniels did to Indiana. So it is exciting.
Do you want to get anything off your chest or say anything? I mean, what about Pedro Martinez? He's going bye-bye tonight. They're having a special meeting to get rid of him for good.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah. Next.
So sad. Too bad. Next.
Yeah. Next apparatchik up. What's the difference? This is like, dust off a phone book and just flip through the pages and randomly select someone. What would the difference be? Phony controversies, personnel decisions that don't matter. That's what the Chicago Press Corps obsesses about. And if they're obsessing about it, you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Jim in LaGrange.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. So first, I'm very grateful. I want to thank you, Dan. I've evolved my Chicago radio listening habits from Steve and Gary to Dan and Bruce to Dan and Amy, and it's been quite a ride.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
But yeah, you're welcome. But then I'd also like to know, has anybody from the Trump administration reached out to you, Dan, to see if you might be interested in helping them out, helping them get to the next level? Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
I think he's at the next level.
No, I'm not. I'm just a small fry. But I do have some friends that are close to the Trump inner circle. And so, do some things quietly to try to be supportive where I can. But, I'm not. I'm, just a humble, lovable, local yokel.
That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing big shooter.
Oh, yeah. I did want to get to this. Well, maybe we'll do it on Monday, the last show before Christmas.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Kevin in Austin, Texas.
Great show all week, and I want to say, Dan, I think you're integral because by moving Illinois to the right, I think you helped Trump win the popular vote. So I think you're selling yourself.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Anyhow, the fight is just starting, and I think what happens this week has demonstrated that. So, everybody up there to continue to stay in the fight. They're gonna the left, the bureaucracy is not going to want to change anything. They just want to wait everybody out. And how long do you think that Trump has to actually try to implement his thing until it's like too late?
2 years.
I think Reagan, 2 years, right? But I think it might be less than that because Reagan didn't get his stuff passed fast enough, and then that's why they lost a lot in the 2 years later. So,
well, I understand.
They have the trifecta. They have the hat trick, so they better get stuff done in 2 years.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. Well, and this is why you have to bring people along. The conversation we had a couple times this week, which is what you can anticipate, some short-term pain, like we have with Jim Urio, and to some extent Scott the Cow Guy, some short-term pain to move these policy reforms for long-term prosperity, long-term gain. There needs to be really good, consistent, clear communication about what's happening, what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're going about it, what the end game is. Repetitive, relentless, communicate with the same frequency and ferocity of the left. Our poet laureate, maybe this will get the PM's cleansing, the cleansing breath from the PM's performance this morning.
Anything.
Joe from Wellington Heights, the poet laureate of Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. This is a poem, The Face of Christmas. The Father's love for us too great, that heaven could no longer wait, so was born the most tender babe, sent to us the world to save. In an urgent dream an angel would tell, the Holy Family's departure compel. To Bethlehem they made their way, but there was not a room for them to stay. Soon laid upon a bed of straw, parents and angels filled with awe, the night sky bursting with heaven's song, to praise the birth of God's true Son. Across pastures far and wide, to the poor God's love he would not hide. As shepherds gazed upon his holy face, they saw the redemption of the human race. 3 wise men who traveled from afar, guided by his brilliant star, determined to find his holy birth, to pay Christ homage with gifts of worth. Today, colorful lights are hung and joyful carols for the season sung. But it's the presence of that holy child, our true reason, baby Jesus, meek and mild. My brothers and sisters, can you see his face? Look closely, you'll find him in every place, offering all hearts his love to take, freely given for redemption's sake. This Christmas, reflect on the babe's pure love, the greatest gift ever sent from above. He wants us to love God with all our strength and to love our neighbors, aided by his grace. Merry Christmas, guys.
Very good, Joe. That's John Milton quality there. Very, very nice. Very nice. Thanks for the call, Joe. That's the kind of intellectual heft, the kind of class act that we demand on this show sometimes. Linda and Glen Ellen.
Hey, good morning, you guys. And I want to say Merry Christmas to you, Dan and Amy. And Amy, I just got to say, I love to hear the happiness in your voice. I called a couple months back. You were feeling really down about things. And I got to say, wow, Trump won, and this country is coming around. Again, our young people are moving it. And I hope you guys have a great weekend and a great Christmas. Love your show, guys.
Thanks for the call, Linda.
Good times ahead, Linda. God
What
is
about
good.
the joy in my voice? Doesn't that not translate?
It does perk up this time of year.
Oh, yeah.
And we still have Monday, so, another day that ends in Y. I don't know.
Because I've been binging Hallmark movies.
Oh, that's right.
How could you not have a renewed faith in humanity after watching a Hallmark movie or two?
First holiday season I've ever watched Hallmark films, They had the same cast in all the Hallmark films.
Well,
have you noticed that?
They might as well. It's the same story.
I mean, some have a cat in it. Did you see the cat one? With the
Yeah, but it's
firefighter
all
and the
like
cat
it's all
and
like
she, and next time it's a dog and
it's all like some high flying chick who's a corporate executive who's tired of it. She's been jilted. She's forlorn. Love will never find her, and then she comes to small town USA and meets a handsome carpenter who's building Santa's village, and they have cocoa and live happily ever after until he's killed when Santa's village collapses.
Oh my God, Dan! No. You got to see the cat one. The cat one.
I'd like to do it.
Cats get along well, and that's the sign that they need to be together.
I'd like to do, maybe I could write the Hallmark movie with the twist, like that, like a Bad Santa, like with a dark Hallmark movie. You start with that premise and then you violate the premise and depress everyone.
Hi. Seriously?
Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin, to close it out. Chuck.
Hey. Hey. Thanks. I had two garage bands today. Phony Controversies, and then earlier the other guest said Ugly Christmas Sweater, which leads into tonight. Nobody wants to miss it. Go to Magpies, downtown Lake Geneva, 8 o'clock, Ugly Christmas Center. And then Santa will be there. And then tomorrow night at the Thirsty Parrot in Como at 7. So you could try to win tonight or win tomorrow. So you guys have a great Christmas, and I'll be talking to you.
Thanks for the call. Magpies is also the.
Oh, don't say it. What?
No, I mean it's the local moniker for that Starbucks in Hinsdale. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'd give anything to see you there. All right, thanks to George Hoffman, who filled in for Justin Kosick. Paul, he's new on our staff. Happy birthday, Paul. It's his birthday today. And Quinn McCarthy. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Can the House pass something? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. They have 14 hours left to approve a spending plan to prevent a government shutdown. A vote could come this hour, but will all Republicans support whatever the plan is? 38 voted no on the Trump-backed bill yesterday, defeating it. GOP Congresswoman Claudia Tenney tells Fox Business.
It is irresponsible to say to the rest of the Republican conference, as some of these people have, that we're going to find one little thing that we're not going to vote for. We cannot get everything we want.
President-elect Trump has been demanding an extension of the debt limit be in the funding plan.
He truth socialed about it overnight, saying that it had to be a part of the deal, but he might be walking away from that, at least for now, to make sure the government continues to function, and then this would be kicked to the new year. They would have to come back and deal with it at the beginning of the year.
That's Fox's Aisha Hasni at the Capitol. We got an update on inflation this morning. A gauge the Federal Reserve closely watches when deciding interest rate cuts.
Prices rose at a smaller than expected pace in November. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, the PCE, increased just 0.1% in November.
That's Fox's Jenny Casolo. The annual PCE increase also rose, up 0.1 from October to 2.4%, similar to the increased annual inflation rate in the Consumer Price Index. Starbucks baristas have brewed up a strike this morning at unionized locations in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Seattle. And it's day 2 of the strike at 7 Amazon warehouses from California to New York, where Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth reports.
There have been strikers, protesters out here 24/7 since yesterday morning. Their goal is to stay until Amazon meets their demands, which is for Amazon to sit down with their union, which is the Teamsters. Of course, so close to Christmas, the question is whether or not this is going to impact your deliveries getting to your house. Amazon has been firm that this will not have an impact on deliveries.
That's Amazon also insisting that most of the striking workers are not employees but third-party delivery drivers. America's listening to
9:02, 33 degrees, still some snow flurries crossing the area. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. The Chicago Board of Education set to vote on the future of CPS CEO Pedro Martinez today. Comes between a power struggle that's occurring between Martinez and weakened Mayor Brandon Johnson over finances and the district's ongoing contract struggle with the CTU. A man wanted in a triple homicide in central Illinois is dead following a shootout with police in Berwyn. Authorities say officers responded Wednesday night to a call of a man with a gun in the 1800 block of Home Avenue in Berwyn. Officers followed John Lyons as he forced his way into another home on Winona Avenue.
As soon as I heard that, I heard a little bit of wrestling in the yards, so I went right back inside.
The suspect shot and killed 2 dogs before fleeing to Home Avenue, where he fired shots at police. One officer was then forced to return fire, killing Lyons. Lyons has been tied to the deaths of 3 family members at a home in Mahomet earlier in the day. Michael Madigan's racketeering trial is on hold for the holidays. Trial resumes on January 2nd, and authorities are confirming that a burned body found in Wheaton belongs to a missing person. The discovery made yesterday by someone walking on the Lincoln Marsh Trail. The same day, the family of a man reported missing added they were worried about his mental health. Would you believe it? A Christmas miracle. Blackhawks beat the Kraken 3-1 for their first 3-game winning streak in almost a year. And the Bulls, winners over the Celtics, 117-108. The news service of Quick Delivery Service. Get a quote in advance and eliminate any surprises at quickdelivery.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Monday, January 20th, Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. AM 560, The Answer, is throwing a party. Join us for our inauguration celebration on January 20th at Saddle Up Q in Aurora. Enjoy a brunch buffet with AM 560 listeners as we watch the inauguration of President Trump. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/Trump47. That's 560theanswer.com/Trump47.
Your pet isn't just a pet. They're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynovite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
9:05. Let's get an update on the roads. A service of Woodland Windows and Doors. See Marvin products in their beautiful showroom, Lake and Gary and Roselle, or visit woodlandwindows.com for that free in-home expert consultation. The Kennedy 45 O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike at 70 minutes, 390 into the old post office. Stevenson outbound. Your outbound on-ramp from northbound Route 83 continues to be shut down as they try to move a semi spilled over in the ditch. Mike Gallagher starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Ruth O'Brien.
For this afternoon, mainly cloudy and breezy with a couple of flurries. Total snowfall 1 to 3 inches with I-35. Partly to mostly cloudy, colder tonight, low 14. Very cold tomorrow with increasing amounts of sun, high 24. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
33 right now, and Mike Gallagher comes your way next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shine.